attorney for the Planning Department. And representing the Planning Department, we have Deputy Planning Director Jeffrey Darrow, who is present to advise the Commission.
Good morning.
Commissioners, please confirm that you've had an opportunity to review the materials related to the agenda item being reviewed today. Many of the items were also sent via email. So just a verbal notation that you've been able to review the additional information. Yes, okay. I note that each commissioner has verbally affirmed that they had an opportunity to review the materials related to the agenda item and all submitted testimony. Just some housekeeping items. Please turn off your or silence your cell phones. Public restrooms are located outside in the middle of the building on the Mackay side. If there is anyone here in person who would like to testify, please fill out the yellow sign-up form at the staff table. Also, if you have any written testimony that has not been sent in earlier, you may submit it now to staff. The purpose of this public meeting is to afford all interested persons a reasonable opportunity to comment on the County of Hawaii General Plan 2045, final recommended draft dated July 2024, and for the Commission to review the draft plan and provide its recommendation to the County Council. The Commission will be holding meetings from now until March 2025 to review the draft general plan. The format of these meetings will include a staff presentation, followed by public testimony, and then the Commission questions for staff, discussion, and action on the draft plan. The Planning Department staff will also provide a presentation of each section of the draft plan. For example, today they will be presenting the biocultural and climate change section. For public, the public may testify on any section of the draft plan at each meeting until public testimony is closed. After hearing public testimony, the Commission may ask questions of the staff and then make a motion to provide a recommendation to the County Council on the draft plan. This motion will remain open for several months until the last meeting on the draft plan, allowing commissioners to make subsidiary motions if they want to change the draft plan by adding, deleting, or replacing language. At the last meeting for review of the draft plan, the Commission will vote on the main motion to forward its recommendation to the County Council. The draft plan and today's agenda can be found on the Planning Commission's website by searching online for Hawaii County Planning Commission or going to the website address posted on the agenda. All right, so we will start with a presentation by the planning staff. Commissioners, please take any notes of questions you may want to ask. And we'll reserve all of our questions until after hearing public testimony. And I just want to note, at times you may see us looking at our laptops. It's because all of the information is on our laptops. It's not that we're not paying attention to you. So we're referencing whatever you're notating and looking up the page in our plans here. So just notate that we're not trying to be unattentive to you. It's just because we have tons of documents on our computers that can't be printed out in front of us. Okay, so staff, please introduce yourself before you present.
Aloha, good morning. My name is Bethany Morrison. I'm the interim administrator for our Office of Sustainability, Climate, Equity, and Resilience. But I'm here today supporting the Planning Department as previous planning staff and a team member of the General Plan Comprehensive Review process. Patience while we get the slides up and running. Thank you. Yep. Today I'll be presenting on the Collaborative Biocultural Stewardship chapter, as well as the Adapting to Climate Change for Island-Wide Health chapter. The Biocultural Stewardship chapter is the second chapter of the plan. I'll provide an overview of the chapter and then dive into some example policies and actions. It contains an overarching goal, objective, policies, and actions that speak to the preservation, sustainable management, and restoration of the island's natural and cultural resources. The key elements of this section include native habitats, watersheds, community-based stewardship, culture and historic assets, and scenic character. These resources provide important ecosystem services or benefits like clean air and water, food and medicine, healthy soils, and flood control. This chapter was placed at the beginning of the draft, understanding that in order to effectively plan for our communities, we must honor the traditional ecological knowledge and emphasize these natural systems before planning for land use and infrastructure. Recognizing that these resources do not follow jurisdictional boundaries, to manage, preserve, and restore these resources requires an intentional collaborative approach, including communities, governments, non-governmental organizations, and private sector entities. Also, as we know in Hawaii, these natural resources are also cultural resources. Hence the collaborative biocultural stewardship, which emphasizes collaboration and partnership, building across sectors, and refers to the integration of cultural and natural resource management. The biocultural stewardship chapter sets the foundation for land use planning and decision-making processes. The intention is to promote a balance between modern development and historical land use practices, ensuring that regulatory decisions are grounded in the island's unique geographical and cultural landscape. The Ahupua'a recognizes the interconnectedness of everything in the system: land, sea, air, and all living things. This draft objective aims for a holistic approach to address sustainability, connection, and community and environmental health. The goal of this chapter speaks to the need to ensure these resources are healthy and available for future generations. It is that natural and cultural resources are thriving and sustainably managed, preserved, and restored to maintain our unique and diverse environment. Objectives of this chapter focus on biodiversity, watershed health, our historic resources, and scenic character. But the one I want to highlight for you today is Objective 3, that speaks to the importance of collaboration needed to increase restoration efforts. We know that our resources, again, do not follow jurisdictional boundaries, and to accomplish our biocultural goal, we need partnerships. I will walk us through some examples of policies and actions that help us achieve that goal and objectives. The first one is under Objective 1, to increase the biodiversity and resilience of native habitats. Policy 1.5, increase collaborative efforts to improve coordination to conserve and manage wetlands, streams, and watersheds. Again, this policy is focusing on the collaboration that is needed. This policy comes from the 2005 General Plan Policy 8.3L, which states work with the appropriate state, federal agencies, and private landowners to establish a program to manage and protect identified watersheds. So I'm going to be showing sort of where these policies are coming from in these examples so that you guys understand the rationale behind that. And following that policy, Action 1A, seek partnerships, opportunities to support wetland identification and assessments. This is the more detailed action that is needed specific to our wetland resources to operationalize the policy. The identification and assessment of our wetlands is a crucial first step in the conservation and management. By seeking partnerships, the action leverages external resources, expertise, and collaboration, directly supporting the policy's call for improved coordination. For the next example, we will look at Objective 2, to preserve and enhance the health and function of our watersheds to promote water recharge, improve water quality, and reduce runoff. Policy 2.2, address water best management practices and implement plans for non-point source discharges such as irrigation flows and agriculture or urban runoff. This policy emphasizes the importance of best management practices, or BMPs, to manage water quality, specifically targeting non-point source pollution, which is not attributed to one source, but rather landscape scale uses of land and runoff from agricultural and urban uses. By focusing on BMPs and implementing relevant plans, the county aims to proactively reduce pollutants entering water bodies from everyday land use activities, thus improving overall water quality and ecosystem health. This policy came from 2005 General Plan Policy 4.3H, which says to work with the appropriate agencies to adopt appropriate measures and provide incentives to control point and non-point sources of pollution. The associated action 2.B is to adopt appropriate measures and provide incentives to control point and non-point sources of pollution. This action builds on the policy by identifying specific measures and incentives to encourage effective pollution control practices. Incentives can motivate landowners, farmers, and businesses to adopt practices to reduce both point source, which is pollution from a single identifiable source, and non-point source pollution. By combining regulatory measures with incentives, the county can facilitate broader participation and compliance in reducing pollution.
Sorry, Ms. Morrison, I'll
Sure.
pause 1 second. Just for the record, note that Commissioner Deleuze is present and we have 5 commissioners in attendance and quorum has been maintained. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Moving on to example 3 of this chapter, under objective 3, which is to increase direct community restoration efforts to conserve and nourish the island's biocultural resources. Policy 3.11, partner with government, private, and nonprofit agencies, communities, and other stakeholders to A, protect special areas, structures, and elements that are integral and functional part of Hawaii's ethnic and cultural heritage. B, identify and protect Wahipana. C, promote the preservation and restoration of significant natural and historic resources. D, aid in programmatic education concerning historic sites. E, maintain the shoreline area for recreational, cultural, educational, and/or scientific uses in a manner that is protective of resources and is of maximum benefit to the public. And F, encourage the documentation and preservation of traditional ecological knowledge, identifying best management practices for integration. Again, the important thing to emphasize in this policy is the need to partner to accomplish those sort of sub-policies that I described. Because of the collaborative nature and to reduce redundancy, those sub-policies were combined into this one policy. This policy comes from multiple policies out of the 2005 General Plan, from 6.2 and 6.3 and 8.2. And rather than read them out, I will take this opportunity to remind folks that the rationale document that is on the Conveyo platform contains the specific references used in the drafting. Action 3.B, create special business improvement districts to engage in environmental research, restoration and maintenance, natural resource management, climate change or sea level rise adaptation, or other purposes to improve environmental conditions and provide community benefit. This action specifies a mechanism to operationalize the policy's broad statements by establishing special improvement districts. These districts enable focused funding and localized management of initiatives that align with the policy goals. By involving business districts, the county leverages economic activity to support environmental and cultural preservation, providing a sustainable model for ongoing investment in research, resource management, and climate adaptation. Example 4, under Objective 4, which is historic integrity, character, scenic assets, and open spaces of our communities are protected, restored, and treated as unique assets with significant social and economic value and managed in perpetuity. Policy 4.6, historic preservation shall represent the full range and diversity of the multicultural heritage of Hawaii Island. This policy emphasizes the county's commitment to an inclusive approach to historic preservation that honors and reflects the diversity of Hawaii Island's cultural history. It underscores the preservation efforts that should encompass a wide range of cultural, ethnic, and historical perspectives to ensure all communities and cultural narratives are represented and valued in Hawaii's heritage. This policy comes from multiple 2005 General Plan policies under 6.3. Something I can highlight here is that in the review of the 2005 General Plan, We found that many of the policies were worded as more specific actions that needed to accomplish more broad policies. Action 4.A, seek private-public partnerships to maintain and steward the preservation of sites, buildings, objects, and landscapes of significant cultural and historic importance. This action provides a practical method to achieve the policy intention through private-public partnerships, which bring together resources, expertise, and community engagement. By collaborating with communities, private entities, and nonprofit organizations, the county can access funding, specialized knowledge, and shared stewardship to support the preservation of cultural and historically significant assets. And finally, for this chapter, example 5, which is under objective 5, which is to protect, restore, and enhance our community's unique scenic character. Policy 5.2, preserve transportation corridors that have important scenic, historic, recreational, natural, and/or cultural resources that enhance the character and scenic resources of communities. This policy establishes the broad aim to protect transportation corridors such as roads, pathways, and highways that offer scenic value. The intent is to maintain these corridors not only for transportation, but also for their role in enhancing the character and identity of the surrounding communities by preserving their natural beauty and cultural significance. This is an example of a new policy that was included in the 2019 draft based on research and analysis of county, state, and federal programs for scenic corridor and byway programs. This policy has been revised from the 2019 draft based on the public input that was received. Action 5.A, prioritize maintaining the views at scenic overlooks with a frequently maintained vegetation management program, which includes eradication of invasive species. Coordinate this work with a regular roadway vegetation management maintenance program. This action offers a specific method to implement the policy. It focuses on maintaining scenic overlooks, a key aspect of preserving the scenic value of transportation corridors, by ensuring that vegetation is managed and invasive species are eradicated. This action underscores the importance of view preservation as part of corridor management and suggests integrating the work into routine roadway maintenance for efficiency and consistency. Finally, I want to highlight that this GP chapter contains natural beauty sites that have been updated based on the Scenic Resources Inventory and Mapping Project that was completed in 2016. Since then, an additional site was included from the 2018 eruption in Leilani Estates for Fissure 8. I'll now move on to the Adapting to Climate Change for Island-Wide Health chapter. This is the third chapter of the plan, and like before, I'll provide a brief overview, then get into some example policies and actions. This chapter contains both climate mitigation, or how we can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and climate adaptation for reducing our vulnerabilities to impacts from climate change, such as sea level rise and drought. The climate change chapter is new and something that does not exist in the 2005 general plan. The goal, objectives, policies, and actions came from significant research and analysis of federal, state, and county policies, programs, and plans, as well as a look at best practices from other places. Also, because the decisions we make in other chapters impact our ability to mitigate and adapt to the changes already impacting our communities, this chapter also pulls in the consistency of those other objectives. For example, we know that transportation is the primary source of our greenhouse gases for Hawaii County. So we will look to the solutions in the transportation chapter to help us address our climate change goal and objectives. I also want to uplift that in 2023, our county adopted the Integrated Climate Action Plan that serves as our strategic roadmap of specific county actions that are needed for climate mitigation and adaptation. The draft general plan provides the broad and more general policy statements, while the Integrated Climate Action Plan provides the more detailed and specific strategic actions. This chapter has one goal, to ensure a just transition to a climate resilient island by addressing the causes and impact of climate change through incorporating equitable climate mitigation and adaptation priorities into policies, programs, infrastructure, and decision-making. Objectives of this chapter: to ensure climate actions are equitable and uplift marginalized communities, to reduce the county's carbon footprint to net zero emissions by 2045. And that one has a couple of sub-bullets under it specific to our transportation fleet. And finally, to improve identification of climate change threats, assessment of potential consequences, and evaluation of adaptation options. Finally, I want to highlight the objectives throughout the draft that work together to help us achieve our climate change goal. These objectives are found again throughout the draft in various sections, but really work together to help us in this effort, such as reducing vehicle miles traveled, increasing the protection of drinking water, planned and developed municipal sewer system, which is expanded, increase green infrastructure practices, strive towards energy self-sufficiency, achieve zero waste in Hawaii County by 2045, and increase collaboration and cooperation. Again, I'll walk you through some examples that are in this chapter. Our first example is under the objective to ensure that climate actions are equitable and uplift marginalized and disadvantaged communities. Policy 6.5, improve the communication of climate risks and opportunities for adaptation efforts. This policy highlights the county's commitment to informing the public about climate-related risks and available adaptation strategies. By improving communication, the county aims to ensure that residents, businesses, and communities are aware of climate impacts, understand risks, and can participate in adaptation efforts. Action 6.A, to increase transparency of government actions by creating a climate change dashboard and portal to track the implementation of climate action. This action provides a method to implement the policy through a climate change dashboard and portal. By creating this digital resource, the county can publicly track progress on climate initiatives, share data, and keep the community informed on current and future adaptation measures. This transparency enhances accountability and allows the public to see how climate goals are being pursued, improving the trust and community engagement. Example number 2 is under the objective to reduce the county's carbon footprint to net zero emissions by 2045. And again, we have bullets underneath there: to achieve 100% renewable powered county fleet by 2035, and to support the statewide effort to achieve 100% renewable ground transportation and 100% renewable energy by 2045. Policy 7.7, prioritize energy efficiency designs, energy efficiency systems, and waste reduction and/or reuse at county facilities. This policy establishes the aim for county facilities to prioritize sustainability by implementing designs and systems that reduce energy consumption and waste. Action 7G, develop energy benchmarking standards for county buildings. This action specifies a method to support the measure and achievement of the policy goal. By creating energy benchmarking standards, the county can set and track performance metrics of energy use in its buildings. Example 3 is under that same objective. Policy 7.16, prioritize the installation of electric vehicle chargers at community facilities for both county vehicles and public parking. This policy sets a priority for installing EV chargers in locations where they will serve county operations and the general public. By focusing on community facilities, the county strives to make EVs more convenient for residents, promoting the shift toward cleaner transportation options. Action 7H, develop and implement an electric vehicle charging plan with a station network map that identifies regional gaps in service. This action provides an approach to carrying out the policy's intention and ensures that the charging network is accessible and equitable equitably distributed, allowing the county to address underserved areas and optimize charger placement. The last example I have is under the objective to improve the identification of climate change threats, assessment of potential consequences, and evaluation of adaptation options. Policy 8.9, design and maintain infrastructure, including roads, buildings, and stream crossings to accommodate increases in flooding and geologic hazards such as landslides. This policy outlines a broad commitment to building and maintaining infrastructure that can withstand future environmental risks. It prioritizes resilience by focusing on infrastructure design that anticipates and mitigates the impacts of natural hazards, ensuring public safety and continuity of essential services. Action 8A, conduct detailed vulnerability mapping of existing and planned infrastructure. This action provides a method to implement the policy goal by first understanding the vulnerability of current and future infrastructure to hazards. Vulnerability mapping identifies areas at greater risk from floods, landslides, and other hazards, allowing planners and engineers to make informed decisions on how to fortify or redesign these assets. By mapping vulnerabilities, the county can prioritize upgrades, maintenance, or design changes to enhance resilience where it is most needed. To close, just want to remind you that there is more information about the planning process on the planning department website, as well as the link to the interactive draft and the maps. And the next section that will be reviewed in following meetings will be the land use section within the Sustainable Development and Resilient Communities chapter.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now start public testimony, and we'll hear in-person testimony first, and then we'll move to Zoom testimony.
Chair Lynn, we have 8 in-person testifiers this morning.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The first 2 testifiers are Andrew Wilson, followed by Steve Shropshire. If you could come to the front table so I could swear you in. Please have a seat and turn on the microphone in front of you. There's a green dot on the button. Thank you. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yep, I do.
Oh, thank you. You'll have 3 minutes and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please state your name and the town you reside in, and then you can begin.
My name is Andrew Wilson. I live in Hilo, Hawaii, and I'm here to give testimony on behalf of my next door neighbor, Marita Kali. Her address is 111 Lehikai Road. Although I'm an attorney and have been for 52 years this year, which makes me just old, that's all it makes me. I have been next door neighbors, my wife and I, with Marita for over 25 years, and by far the best neighbor anybody could ever ask for. Her house is a humble 3-bedroom, 1-bath house. It has less than 1,000 square feet of living area. The lot is only 7,800 square feet. She has submitted written testimony, I believe, and testified orally at the last hearing. And it gives a little bit more detail than what I'm going to express this morning. Her dream is always.
Sorry, Mr. Wilson, can you speak more directly into the mic?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, makes it louder.
Her plan for this house, and she's lived there. I just found out this morning, for over 30 or 34 years, she's lived in that house. Her husband passed in 2012, and she's lived alone in that house since then. For some reason, she's able to have her brother come and mow the lawn, so she doesn't have to do that, but she maintains the rest of the yard immaculately. Her dream and plans involve keeping the house for support if something.
Sorry,
happened,
Mr. Wilson, if you could just.
if something happened to her.
Yeah, that's better.
Medically, and she needed support. So that's her foundation, foundational dream, confidence that she can take care of herself without becoming a burden. If not, if she's lucky enough to live her full life without needing resources to take care of her, she would like to be able to give it to her family members. She's concerned, a dream of all of ours, I think, in home ownership. Her dream she's concerned that the change of redistricting this to recreation might jeopardize her dreams and plans for that. And although I said I've been an attorney for some 52 years, the last 15 to 20 years of that, I've been in mediation. I stopped doing litigation because I believe the best way for people to resolve differences is to bring them together, try to find some common ground to move forward. And so I asked Marita, would it be okay if I came today to just make some observations to the commission?
You have 30 seconds left.
So my observations are, in an effort to resolve this, is, and I'm only addressing her property, but if you could take the boundary, which now is going to include the Mackay, all the way to the Mackay portion of her house, her entire lot and house, and just move it to the Mauka side. Let the boundary for recreation be behind her house and let her maintain the house that she has dreamed of and lived in with her husband for over 30 years. That's all. Those are my observations. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Steve Shropshire, and I am the owner of a 76-acre parcel of land in Popeye Cove on the Mackay side of the highway. I purchased the property 23 years ago, and one of the reasons I purchased the property is because it's designation in the Loop Ag for future urban expansion. There's reasons why this property was designated and has been designated for the past 60 years. And they're as follows. One, it's strategically located roughly 3 miles from the center downtown core of Hilo. It is adjacent to the state highway system, which includes public transportation. It has water available. It has electricity, 3-phase power available. It's adjacent to a school, Kalaniani School, and it's surrounded by residential community. Probably the most compelling reason is that it is adjacent to the county wastewater facility that currently operates at less than 30% capacity. As you probably know, to build more than 50 homes requires a wastewater facility, which costs tens of millions of dollars and makes most residential projects non-economic. I'm here because the current draft of the general plan is changing the zoning from future urban expansion to important agricultural lands with a small node for residential uses. I'm asking why this is being done in a time when we desperately need affordable housing. Families are being separated and forced to live in poor, separated from families. Younger families are leaving the state. A lot of folks will say that it's because of agriculture, it's the loss of agriculture. This land represents less than 1% of the available agricultural lands on the Hamakua coast. Only 5% of the land on the entire island is cultivated. That is not a valid argument. If you come to look at the land use patterns along the highway, take a drive out, look for yourself. These large agricultural oceanfront properties are turning into gentleman estates with screens along the highway, fences, gates, and an attempt to do farming, for, generally speaking, most of the time for tax purposes. I think there's an alternative. My alternative proposal is to have an agri-village community. I've included that in the handouts that I provided, where 50% of the land remains open for agricultural uses.
You have 30
trails.
seconds left.
I believe that farming does belong in on residential uses, and I believe residential uses belong where there's farming. This concept is not new. It's back to the future. It's been done since the early farming of the system. It's also been characteristic of the plantation community model. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Chair, your next testifiers are Laura Roberts, followed by Rebecca Melendez. Please turn on your microphones and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth this morning before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes and I'll let you know when your 30 seconds remain. Please state your name and the town you reside in and you can begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Laura Roberts and I reside in Ocean View. And thank you for hearing our testimony today. I'm just gonna spend a few of my precious seconds stating that many of us are not aware of this plan. And speaking with many people, they have no idea what it is. And that's a big problem because it affects every single resident on this island. The county has the ability to send us all tax payment requests. And I feel that this should be included in such things. That way everyone would know about it and be able to comment on it. It's also really difficult for most of us to get to meetings at 9 a.m. on a Monday because we're working people. So just some notes to think about. There's so many issues and I did send my comments, but some of the main ones that I would like to say is that this is very vague. There are so many things in this document that just leave a lot open to interpretation, and whose interpretation is that? There are some major issues with land and rezoning and acquisition, and what do these things mean? Who's acquiring land and how? We really need to be able to keep our property rights as homeowners and landowners. That it should be first in all of these considerations. There's issues with the one water strategy. Many of us live on catchment, and I don't know if we're going to be affected by that, but it sounds like we might. And we do need to have the right to have our own water, collect our own water. And the highest and best use of ag land, I'm not sure what that means, but protecting farmers and landowners' rights should be paramount in this entire thing. Streamlining the permitting and approval processes for large communications companies sounds great. But I really think that the focus needs to be on streamlining processes for homeowners to be able to get their permits. That should come first, especially with the affordable housing issues that we have on this island and really nationwide, worldwide. That should come first. There were a few things that weren't mentioned in the plan, and I'm not sure if it was purposeful or if it was just left out, but providing better.
You have
police
30
force
seconds left.
to handle situations, especially in rural areas. For us coming from Ocean View, many times we have to wait 3 hours or more for police to show up for different issues. That seems like it should be addressed. And then one of the biggest issues facing us in rural areas is the dog issue. And I know offhand, personally, 5 people who have been attacked by dogs. One of them died last year. And this is a big issue and it's not being handled. The solutions presented are not adequate and people dying is
Your
not
3
okay.
minutes are finished. Thank you
Thank
for
you
your
so much.
testimony.
Oh, it's on. Aloha, I'm Rebecca Melendez from Kona. So I want to ask to please delete, as you said, sir, delete all land use changes because they are not supportive of the community. They're not supportive and they're unjust. They're very unjust. They allow agricultural land for high-end developers to bypass and avoid the land commissions as well as the environmental impact statements. It basically has people who purchased their land, as the sir right before me stated, they had to go through environmental impact statements. They had to deal with the land use title that was on their land, and they went through the correct process to be able to have their land be what it was, as it was land used. And this will allow high-end land users to really bypass all of what is to protect the island and protect the community, protect the land. And I want to read a couple things here of articles that were actually written in March 4th, 2024, Hawaii County Planning Director, oh wait, sorry, my bad. Actually January 20th, 2021, and by the Environmental Hawaii website, new directors of housing planning in Hawaii County tie to developers. Also March 2021, West Hawaii Today paper, a conflict of interest. Kern signs off on approval of protest or project. He presented as a planning consultant and also the Hawaii planning director. This is unjust, as well as this really shows his support for high-end developers. And let me see here, Civil Beat, March 13th, 2024. Hundreds of Hawaii Island residents protest proposed housing project in Punalu'u. And then the planning director, Zendo Kern, has recommended that the commission green light the development. So there's over thousands of petition that opposes Punalu'u development, but the Zendo Kern does not listen to communities' voices, and he is highly for the development for high-end places. And I just ask that you please delete all of the new changes. Who gives the Hawaii planning the right to change people's lands, that they went through the correct process of what their land was titled? And now in the end, their land is going to be affected as maybe it's not rezoning right now, but in the end, their land will be seriously negatively affected. They did not purchase their land as the land use that the Hawaii planning wants to
30 seconds
change.
remaining.
And I ask that you please sincerely look at this. I feel this is unjust. I feel this is corruption. And I feel that you please look at a lot of the news articles. And a lot of people, unfortunately, in government have been accused of briberies, and they have been proven guilty. A lot of these articles have shown a possibility that this Hawaii planner is going in that direction for high-end developers to be able to have the loophole of a general plan, being able to not have to fill out environmental impact statement
3
drafts.
minutes are finished. Thank you.
Thank
for
you
your
so much.
testimony. Sherilyn, your next two testifiers are Gary Rosenberg and Adriana Dewar.
Just as a courtesy, Susanna Tupola, Deputy Corporation Counsel for the county advising the commission. The commissioners are not allowed to accept items from testifiers. So we acknowledge that these were provided, but they are not allowed to accept items. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Windward Planning Commission? Okay. Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please state your name and the town you reside in before you begin, and you can begin now.
It's he first or mine?
Yes, Mr. Rosenberg.
Hi, those were not intended to give you folks, they were intended to give you folks to give other people. I think we're all feeling a little bit of apprehension about what's about to happen in the next day or so. I think we can also all agree that we live in the most privileged place in the world, and with great privilege comes responsibility. The seeds are actually to give everybody the idea that things are changing globally right now, and that the old general plan and the new general plan all refer to self-sufficiency and to trying to help our community. Um, Things are changing at this point to the point where where government officials have the whole concept has devolved over thousands of years from leadership to legislation. And I just love for you folks to consider that right now, what we really need is there's a real gap of leadership in our community. And leadership is a way of giving agency to each individual to be as productive as possible. And we're all working in silos, and we're all working as individuals, and we're all struggling, all of us at every level. And we're writing legislation which for more or less is corrupt because it is about power structures. But the seeds are a form of capital. It's a form of currency, which if you give it away, it creates greater abundance for the whole community, and it introduces the concept of a commonwealth. And we're very, very fortunate. We're in a uniquely positioned place here on this island with our relationship with indigenous cultures and with native cultures, and with a system of land management that exceeds private land ownership in the Apawa'a system, which implies and which forces us to cooperate. And if the seeds are a form of currency which inspires a gifting economy, an economy of reciprocity, and a form of currency which grows exponentially if you share it and has of no value if you stick it in your pocket. And as things are going to go south in the next couple of days, we're going to have to come together, and we're going to need your help. We're going to need your help to make each of us as productive as possible from the standpoint of energy production, food production, really thinking about what can we do to really recreate a commonwealth and understand that we're at a disadvantage because many of us have come from other places. And what is a community? It is a common heritage, and it's also a common purpose for the future, common come together. And what is it we want for our community? I run 100 acres and about 1,000 animals, and it's all about building soil. It's all about thinking about the ecosystem and the biosphere. And we're living in a world where much of the natural world has been depleted through our mismanagement, not over the last couple of 100 years, but over the last 10,000 years of agriculture. And I think we're uniquely positioned in this county, on this island, to introduce a new narrative that everybody in the world
You have 30
needs,
seconds left.
and very few people really have the capacity to introduce. It's about a new story. It's about a story of working together in cooperation. And to the extent to which the general plan doesn't reflect that, I think we should consider it. I'd like to invite each of you out to my farm in Curtistown to see what can be done through cooperation. We have amazing resources here on this island, on the Windward side, especially in Puna, of many, many people who are very, very talented and working very hard. And we need your leadership to bring us together and to give each of us agency in that effort. Thank you.
Hi, do I just dive in?
Go ahead and begin.
I'm reading a statement from my husband who couldn't be here this morning.
If you could please state your full name and where you
Oh,
reside first.
My name is Adriana Dewar. I live in Hilo, Hawaii. And this is on behalf of my husband, who also lives in Hilo. Robert Dewar, yes. I'm writing you about your current proposed general plan as the Hawaii County Game Management Advisory Commission, GMAC, District 1 Commissioner. As a GMAC Commissioner, I find that you have not provided for the conservation, enhancement, and public access for the natural resources used by hunters, fishers, gatherers, and cultural practitioners. GMAC was created by Hawaii County voters to protect the traditions and skills used by residents to provide wild game food from Malka to Makai for their ohanas, friends, and neighbors. Aioli. The lack of inclusion in the general plan for hunters, fishers, gatherers, and cultural practitioners for their traditions and the ecosystems where they are stakeholders is an egregious oversight. I will be bringing this issue before the GMAC Commission for discussion on the public record. And I'd like to do a few comments of my own. I just want to say that I'm highly opposed to the
If you could
final-
speak into the mic,
Oops,
please. Thank
sorry.
you.
I'm highly opposed to the final recommended draft General Plan 2045, which I feel is marching us toward a UN Agenda 30 15-minute city with its clusters and buffer zones and underpinned urgency of debatable climate change. Under this plan, we, the homeowners, are blatantly absent in the decision-making process, being replaced by mysterious stakeholders. Our own family home that we've lived in for almost 40 years has been redesignated from low-density urban to natural and recreational, negating the rights and consent of private property ownership. I'm also outraged that the District of Hilo has never been represented in the CDP process. We too are entitled to our voice and an input into our future. I advise more time and review before this plan is adopted.
You have 30 seconds left.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair, then the next two testifiers are Michelle Melendez, followed by Michael Tivana. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes and I'll let you know when your 30 seconds remain. Please state your name and the town you reside in before you begin.
Aloha, I'm Michelle Melendez. I reside in Hakalau, Hawaii. I want to talk about what a couple people have mentioned, the apua'a. You know, can you imagine telling a native Hawaiian, an ancient Hawaiian that, oh, your land is recreation and you can't, yeah, there's rules here. You can't do what you want. You can't grow your food. Can you imagine that? You wouldn't get very far with that at all. This plan does not support the people in so many different ways. And I propose, like, I love that you said we can't throw it out. What do? Grab the 2005 plan. What happened to the 2005 plan? Where did that go? This is a complete 180-degree turn from what that plan had. You know, that plan has farmer written in it, actually 14 times. Homeowner is written in that plan. Homeowner and farmer are not written in this plan at all. Investors are written in this plan. And this plan also has a whole section on climate change. Do you know that there's almost 2,000 credentialed scientists from around the world that have signed a world declaration that says there is no climate danger? Almost 2,000 from all over the world. I can send you the link and I will send it to you. Also, there's many meteorologists and climatologists that are saying there's no climate danger. John Coleman, who was the first weatherman on Good Morning America in the 70s, he's the founder of the Weather Channel, John Coleman. And he has been on the news stating, in fact, many videos he has shared that stating there's no climate danger. And has the water risen in Hilo or Kona? All of this stuff. There's also huge weather modification. Do you know that there's over 100 weather modification patents for seeding the weather? And I can actually show you that. And I'd love to give you my book, Great Maui Land Grab, What Caused the Maui Fire and Is Your House Next? Because the reason why this is happening is because these investors are invested in renewable energy. Did you know that if you an electric vehicle takes 2 hours to put out, if it gets on fire, a gas car is a 5 minutes to put it out with about 500 to 700 gallons of water. Electric vehicle, it takes between 2,000 to 25,000 gallons of water to put out an electric vehicle, and 2 hours, up to 2 hours to put out an electric vehicle. And we want these on our island. Plus, how are they going to get here? By boat? Do you want to know there's articles that say that boats have sunk because they believe it's the batteries in the electric vehicles. There's some boat captains that will not ship electric vehicles, and we want them on our island. So this climate change, we need you to please look at the evidence and the argument for the climate change and who is proposing it. The other thing I want to share is the environmental
You have 30
protection.
seconds left.
Anytime there's the word protection, that scares me, because what do? The word protection is they take away freedoms. It should be environmental stewardship. We should be taking care of the land, not protection, and protection's already in that. But anytime you say the word protection, that scares me. It should not be protection. It should be innovation. It should be stewardship for land. And then the last thing I want to share is it should not be community equity. I mean, that's the whole woke narrative. It should be community, thriving communities. We should have environmental stewardship and thriving communities. And we need to go back to the 2005 plan. Ask the planning department, where did that plan go? Why was so many of those things in that plan
Your 3
taken out?
minutes are finished. Thank you for
Mahalo.
your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Michael Tivana. I'm from Hakalau, Hawaii, and I represent the Hakalau Farmers Market and the farmers on the Hamakua Coast. So I've been, well, what we're talking about here is development. And I just want to put a word in for smart development. And I've been involved in hearing and giving testimony in the 95 general plan, the 2015 general plan, and now the 2024 general plan. And there was in 95, Brewer, who was stopping and ending their sugarcane dynasty, had a whole presentation on how to develop the Hamakua Coast. And it was shopping centers and subdivisions and, you know, as usual. But nobody wants the Hamakua Coast to be another Oahu. So we have to have smart development. And I just wanted to accentuate what Mr. Shropshire was saying, and with his smart development plan called Ku'u Papaikau, which means our Papaikau, which means it brings the community together instead of separating us out on our little cul-de-sacs. So his plan is for an agri-village, as agriculture with the village, much like what the plantation development was, with the little houses all stacked together, and everybody had a town, and we don't have that now. Yeah, so an agri-village is a mix of agriculture, housing, commercial services, open space, and our example of providing smart growth for Hamakua, for the county of Hawaii, for the whole state. But now we have I hear this a lot. Why are people getting recreational zoning going on? What happened in the 2015 general plan was the shift happened, and there was a call to turn properties into conservation. Now it's natural land, and the threat to having your land taken away because it's rezoned is I hear more and
You
more
have
of
30
these people
seconds left.
getting these letters. I don't know who's determining that people's land is getting changed to recreational. And what does that mean? I mean, you can't live on it. And I do know, and I'll say this again, that when a land use gets changed, it doesn't really change until that person passes on and it gets willed away, or they sell it. So if you're on industrial land and it gets zoned conservation, it makes it hard to sell it as conservation land.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for your testimony.
So smart development. This is a visionary proposal by Steve Shropshire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your next testifier is Millicent Cummings, followed by Danielle Eggleston. Please come up. Thank you. Will you both please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission? All right, please state your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin. You will have 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when 30 seconds remain.
Thank you. Aloha. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to have to read this very quickly because I have such a little framework of time. Aloha. My name is Millicent Cummings, a Hilo resident, and I'm happy that a continuance of these discussions was afforded to us as I requested during the last meeting, October 9th. Mahalo for listening to us in order to better protect our health, safety, future, and verifiably valid concerns by guarding against federal overreach, unsound agendas, and corporate interests that seek to supersede those of your constituents. An approval of the Hawaii County General Plan 45 would constitute collusion with the dictates of unelected officials from the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, whose global agendas far exceed their jurisdiction and do not address our increasingly dire local needs, best interests, or authority. The plan is an articulate offshoot of said agendas runs contrary to and exceeds the bounds of our protected rights under the Constitution of the United States, state of Hawaii, the Bill of Rights, and the Hawaii County Charters, to which you have all sworn an oath to uphold. Another of many reasons to reject this plan is because it will require, in quotes, all county departments to collaborate with the County Office of Sustainability, Climate Equity, and Resilience, OSCAR, as the lead agency, thereby compromising the powers you and the lead agencies already in place presently exercise. The influence of such unelected officials, corporate interests, and outer control measures that permeate both the content and the language of this top-down UN plan are in breach of said constitutional law and rights. As the authors of the plan, those who would approve such a plan and the plan itself are all beholden, regardless, to the rule of law. The approval of this plan would be in full breach of the public trust. Respectfully, our voices will not be silenced through censorship, misrepresentation, or distracting practices like panning the camera away from the testifiers, as it did with my testimony at the last meeting, aiming the camera instead towards County Council woman Heather Kimball, who was not speaking while the testifier was. Also, by deleting the audio of exuberant applause and other pertinent comments on the part of the other testifiers present, obviously and overwhelmingly not in favor of this plan, reveals more than it conceals. And we ask that that the employment of such tactics be discontinued in future meetings. Thank you. We shall not consent to the approval of any documents at any times drafted by any individual planning commission or international body that runs contrary to the constitutional law and protected rights therein for all people at all times. It is not in the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission or any other body beholden to said laws to make exceptions to this for any reason.
Yeah, 3 minutes are over.
For
Thank
your
you.
due diligence in this matter. Aloha. That'll be deleted.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Eggleston and I live in Ocean View. Thank you for hearing us today. I see one water that's mentioned in the document as potentially egregious overreach of control. In some states, water management has been used to prohibit people from collecting rainwater on their own property for their own use. This policy has potential for total societal control. Our state motto is the life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. It is not Pono to control the life-giving water that falls on our land. Especially due to the land grab tactic by the CDP around 12 years ago in Ocean View, I am very sensitive to the zoning changes, which look like a loosely veiled land grab. You say it's not technically rezoned. If it's on the books for property to be used differently, then it does put a shadow over real property and inheritance. Equity statements are of concern in the document. Equal opportunity is appropriate and called for, but equity accommodation for equal outcomes presumes that some people are not as able as others and is racist. Mahalo for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your next two testifiers are Rockland Spencer Dicey and Kalei Kaylee Keeney. Please come up. Okay. Will you both please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin. You will have 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when 30 seconds remain. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Rockland Spencer Dicey. I live in the Puna district. And first thing I want to say is your PA system really sucks. With all the money this county takes in, you certainly could afford something better. I'm struggling to hear in the second row. The second thing is, are there any elected officials in here this morning on this panel? No. Why? They're supposed to be representing the people. Why are there not any elected officials in this room this morning? Why are you appointed people making decisions for the people? And I did submit a handwritten testimony on Friday. I hope you each have it in front of you. So this is the draft of the plan for 2045. It meets the very definition of a word salad. It has a lot of flowery words that actually mean nothing. But anyway, I'm going to read the letter. To the Planning Commission, I am writing this letter in opposition to the general plan Hawaii County for 2045. The very first notable fact is that the plan is very vague. We, as the public, find that to be suspicious, very suspicious. Another part of the plan apparently gives the county government the right to seize private property of landowners and homeowners under the guise of environmental protections. And it goes on and on to take more and more away from the people. We are aware of the UN Sustainable Development Plans for 2030 that the county is following the blueprint of. There is no climate change emergency. There is, however, weather warfare with the powerful and the government attacking the people that they are supposed to protect. Every politician has sworn an oath to the Constitution of the United States. To go against the Constitution is treason. Anyone implementing this Hawaii County plan for 2045 is committing treason. Throw this plan out. It is evil. It is unconstitutional. Thank you.
Good morning, aloha. My name is Kalei Ka'ili. So for me, I wanted to let the Windward Planning Commission know, because I've come before you before, so you're getting to learn how to say my last name, Ka'ili. And I do appreciate, being able to come and experience talking to people that volunteer. So my message is be responsible volunteers. Okay, be responsible. I want to volunteer. I mean, if it's a hard job, I'd be willing to take your place, really. Responsibility comes with studying, researching, and learning the issues. If we come before you as we are this morning and we give our testimonies, we're telling you, example, there is no such thing as climate change. Michelle, before me, explained the whole information. So if she can find it, she's not a volunteer on the board. You can find it. I found it. I lived in Alaska, went to college, Alaska Methodist University, and the University of Alaska. I spent 5 years in Anchorage. And lo and behold, I find out that in Gakona, Alaska, they were prototyping and testing the weather machine, weather modification. And that was in the 60s. There is a book that you can read by Dr. Nick Begich, and it's called Angels Don't Play This Harp. So HAARP are the acronyms for the weather modification. Now, if you can tell me that you read that book, and if you can tell me that that these machines exist, you are responsible. And that's what we need. You cannot make decisions without that kind of responsibility. I'm here as a Kanaka Maoli. Just want to let you know, Hawaii is the Hawaiian Kingdom, the legal country, not government, because we're sleeping. The government is sleeping. So again, making these decisions for a country called the Hawaiian Kingdom already is illegal. You're not only being treasonous to the United States US Constitution, it's a double whammy. You're hurting the American sovereigns who reside. We have a treaty, FIAT, with the United States. It's still in effect.
30
We
seconds.
love the American sovereigns. 30 seconds, sorry. Okay, I'll wind down. So just to be sure, responsibility is important. Be honest, be responsible, do your homework. We care for our children, our families, and our lands, for me and for you. I'm not just talking for me. I'm protecting your lands, your children, your legacy, your posterity. Help me out. Mahalo.
Mr. Chair, that is the last testifiers that we have for in person.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody, for your testimony. Before I start the Zoom testimony, I just want to make a quick remark in terms of, yes, we are all volunteers on this commission. We are not paid. Same like you, we have day jobs that we could be going to on a 9 o'clock morning. We're not paid a single cent to do this. And we are all representatives of the communities we live in. And not that we are singular representatives, we are just members of those communities. And I welcome anybody who would like to volunteer for the commission, apply. It's open to everybody. We're not singled out to, volunteer in these positions. So if you want your voice heard, apart from being a public testifier, you can be part of the decision-making as well. I do encourage boards and commissions on the mayor's website. You can apply for a planning commission on either side. I really thank you for your testimony, and we'll continue on to Zoom testimony, please.
Aloha, Chair. We don't have any Zoom testifiers.
Is there somebody manning the Zoom testifiers? No
Hello,
Zoom
Chair.
testifiers. Okay.
Can
Thank
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry. We don't have any Zoom testifiers.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. At this time, let me just make sure I'm on the right track here. Commissioners, any questions for the testifiers? Because there was a lot of information provided to us. And also, this is the chance for any questions to the staff. Absolutely. If you'd like to come up and provide your name and your area of residence, and then we can put you in the public record.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Windward Planning Commission? Okay, you'll have 3 minutes and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining.
You can press that green sticker right, right in front. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Fran Kopp and I live in Hilo. This general plan seems to be designed for stakeholders, and the term stakeholders is not defined. And there's many like newly coined words that are used throughout this document. And there's doesn't seem to be a key, I could be wrong, that defines them. And as far as I know, no Hilo plan has been incorporated. And Hilo is like one of the largest population centers on the island, the county, the island, of the county of Hawaii. As many people have said, there are the information here as it is presented is very vague. And I'm new to all of this in terms of county councils and people talking and, the representation. I'm just really curious that, and I appreciate the volunteers here today, but it seems like the volunteers are like a buffer between the city council, the elected people. So where do the elected people interact with the citizens? That's what I'm wondering about. Is there another forum to do this? I'm very curious. And when I hear the word protect in this type of document, I'm hearing control. And there is no climate change, but there is geoengineering. And Hawaii is not even a state, it's an occupied territory. It seems like the Hawaiians, the original Hawaiians, Polynesians, knew how to use the land. They had their fish ponds, they had their taro and other crops that they grew here, and they know how to do it. And I've talked to, original Hawaiians, and they say that they already know how to do it, and we just need to work with them because it's a small island. They've lived here for years, and so it just seems like this whole document is about a takeover of the Hawaiian culture, and there's no mention of homeowners, and it seems like people, they say that the zoning isn't changed, but on the other hand, things can be changed as the
You have 30 seconds left.
it seems like land use and zoning can be changed as years go by. And I almost hear like recreational use. If you're home, you have a home and then now it's turned into recreational use. Who's to say that 30 years from now, it's not going to be private citizenship? Some elites owning that recreational land that's right on the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Just for clarification, and this is neither here or there, but just to state on the record that the definition of stakeholder is notated in the general plan on page 19. And the definition is stated as stakeholders is any individual, group, or organization that has an interest or concern in a particular project, decision, or activity and can be affected by its outcomes. Stakeholders can include a wide range of entities such as employees, customers, suppliers, investors, government agencies, community members, and non-governmental organizations. They can influence or be influenced by the objectives, policies, and performance of an organization or project. Effective stakeholder engagement and management are crucial for the success and sustainability of any initiative as it helps ensure the diverse perspectives and interests are considered. So I just wanted to state that for the record, that the definition is here. I'm neither saying it's, correct or incorrect. I'm just stating it as defined here. Yeah. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have, I can ask questions now of the community members and you can respond if I direct a question to you, but right now we're towards the end of our public testimony.
So it's very easy. I've seen many testimonies over the past years where the camera shot from.
Thank you.
Ma'am, we don't have the ability to do that with this particular meeting. Only council meetings have that ability to use a different camera.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Received. Thank you. Okay. Commissioners will now entertain questions to testifiers or staff members. And I'll start off, I guess. So for planning staff, in the development of the general plan, what input has been provided by other departments and divisions?
Aloha, April Supernaut with the Planning Department. So we have met with, and one of the things that we went over in our last meeting, so thank you for this question and the introduction, and it also has been shared at all of our community meetings and workshops that we've provided, is a sort of a basic list of all of the different people and entities that we have met with. Vast number of community meetings that we have held all over the island. We have met with agencies, that is public agencies, all of the county agencies here with the County of Hawaii, but also many state agencies have been included. So public agencies as well as private entities, nonprofits, who support various groups out in the community and things like that.
Is there any official comments from these agencies that are provided in the testimony?
I'd have to go back through and look if any of those particular agencies have provided public testimony through this process, this final sort of part of the adoption process. I know
like
that there are in earlier phases of the public comment and opportunity to provide testimony in the different stages of the process, but I don't know if in this particular one that they have.
Thank you. My concern is, I'm not sure how many of them have seen the actual final draft. So providing the same opportunity for them as the public has to provide their input on, implementation of these action plans as well as policies and how that would affect their departments and their capacity to do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So they were involved in the drafting of the policies and actions that are throughout the plan. They were also involved in some of the workshops and public meetings that we had in 2023. So we actually invited them to be at different stages and to talk with members of the public who had questions about their particular area of focus. And they were notified when this last draft was released. All of the cabinet members and all of the agencies have been notified accordingly, the same as all members of the public, and provided that opportunity to review. We have received a few questions from other agencies, but they weren't provided as actual testimony or comments.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just my thought process as is if this is the guiding document for the county, then everybody should be on board from every division and every department. If we hypothetically pass this and nobody says we can do it, then you've spent 9 years implementing a plan that nobody can act upon. So I think that would be a very helpful input to have those kind of public comments from the agencies. Thank you. I'll open up to any other commissioners.
I have a question.
Commissioner Perrin.
Aloha. Okay, so here it says prioritize removal of invasive species during maintenance of county-owned or maintained properties.
Commissioner, if you could speak into the mic,
Oh,
please.
I'm sorry. So this is, what is this? 1.x, and it states prioritize removal of invasive species during maintenance of county-owned or maintained properties. Now, does that also include invasive species? And I call this one is a bit of a gray area because not only is it invasive, but it's also part of the culture, but feral pigs. Is that included? If so, why were the I'm not farmers. Well, yeah, I guess farmers, hunters, were they included in the action of prioritizing removal of invasive species? And if so, up to what aptitude are they allowed to enforce that?
Aloha, Bethany Morrison, Interim Administrator for Office of Sustainability, Climate Equity and Resilience. Just speaking to that one specifically, we've worked a lot with Big Island Invasive Species Council, and this is really focusing on our landscaping of our public properties, including the properties that have been acquired through the Public Open Space Natural Resources Commission.
So it's not in regards to forest land that has been deemed open to the public for the hunters to utilize.
Most forest land
Mhm.
is owned by the state of Hawaii, and so that has a separate management regime.
Okay, so DLNR.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who comes into play when they do the eradications up on Mauna Kea? Is that also DLNR?
Yes, the state of Hawaii.
Okay, but you folks as a state, as a county entity, do you folks work, or do you ever plan on working closely with the farmers and hunters and fishers who live here, hunt, grow, live off the land here, to incorporate their actions and how they can maybe be a part of the process or included in this? Because like some of them are saying, it's really vague. And I can see where like the misunderstanding of this can be interpreted. And I guess just for lieu of everyone and peace of mind, I just want them to feel assured that all entities are being included in the process of this. Because that one kind of stood out to me because it said, removal of invasive species. It didn't clarify if it was an animal. It didn't clarify if it was a plant, a bug, hockey frog, whatever. It was very just, vague. So I guess just for lieu of peace of mind for everyone, this was just basically in regards to public landscaping, so plants.
Correct. County owned and maintained properties,
Okay.
right?
All right.
And then just to add on, if I may, Commissioner,
Please.
again, the stewardship is really important to this. It does require all of us working together because as we're pointing out to that specific language, it's talking about county-owned
Mhm.
properties. We have invasive species all over the place, right? And so
Yes,
this is a collaborative stewardship effort to really maintain the resources as appropriate. And so, yes, of course, working with hunters, gatherers, fishers, all the things,
Mhm.
all the stakeholders, if you will.
Yes, thank you for saying that word.
yeah.
Yes. So I guess in lieu of that as well, because it doesn't say farmer, hunters, gatherers specifically, there's words that are in this text that just encompass all of that. So although we may not see farmer, hunters, gatherers, like I was saying, the word stakeholders encompasses all these individuals, groups, non-government. It puts everybody into one. And whether you're one, two, all, that pertains to you. So they're a part of the process, the planning, the policies, and the actions moving forward. Just to be clear, right? Okay, that's all. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just maybe to clarify for the public, because one of the concerns was brought up, where is the interaction with the council members and your elected officials? So this is the first level. So this is the first opportunity for the public to provide testimony on record for this type of process. So Planning Commission comes first, then we provide a recommendation up to the county council. County council then makes their decision and their process there with public testimony. But I would say this discussion that we're having here and for the next 4 or 5 months going forward, this is the public's opportunity to provide the input that is most needed for us to make that recommendation, favorable or unfavorable. Yes, that's correct. So at council meetings, you all also get an opportunity to testify. So after the council makes their recommendation, then you have the final decision by the mayor, whoever that may be after tomorrow. But that's the process, right? Planning commissions, both Leeward and Windward, then we have council members, and then final ordinance is signed or not signed by the mayor. And that's how it goes. So you guys have multiple layers to provide your input so that everybody has their voice heard. And coming here or providing written testimony on record, make sure that all of that gets incorporated as it goes through the different levels. So everything that you provided to us today will be on a public record document that gets sent up to the council members. Council members then get another batch of public testimony when it's their turn, and they have this as part of their huge document base to look through when they make their final decisions. So I just wanted to make that very clear for everybody, so there's no confusion, but that's the process going forward. Okay, commissioners, any other questions? Vice Chair.
Yeah, I got a question. Let's talk about water catchment. Do you guys, okay, so I'm reading this. I live on catchment. You know, I certainly don't want anyone telling me that something falling from the sky is going to get regulated. Okay. And in here you have the Department of Health. Basically, you're saying to collaborate with the DOH to develop standards and or guidelines for the construction and use of rainwater catchment systems to minimize the intrusion of any chemical or micro biological contaminants. Do you have any statistics to back up how many people a year get actually sick off of catchment systems?
Aloha, Commissioner. I do not have that off the top of my head. This is coming from multiple recommendations because our county water systems are regulated as far as what is contained within them and tested regularly. And what we've seen, at least with rat lungworm, is that there has been private catchments where folks have gotten sick. And so that recommendation to work with the Department of Health is to find a way that we could incentivize some standards to ensure public health. But I want to just, if I can, elaborate that part of our self-sustainability is actually around utilizing our water in every way possible. So whether that's individual catchment systems, whether that's recycled water of our wastewater collection systems, that one water system is really about making sure and understanding that no matter what type of water we're talking about, it's all a resource that we need to preserve and make sure that we're reusing to the best of the ability.
Yeah, I can understand if it's a municipality water system, but certainly, you know, I don't know how many people who were part of this actually live on catchment. Okay, so yeah, I live in Ocean View and I'm on catchment. I have no problem with the water that I'm getting from the sky. So again, it's to me, it just seems overbearing, overreaching. You should not, you know, I mean, it's like regulating the air that you breathe, right? You know, it's your choice, right? You want to drink the water or not. I don't think the Department of Health should really be involved in that personally. So that's kind of my opinion on, you know, on catchment systems. It's a private, you know, I'm my own water department and I treat it as I feel fit. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I do want to just remind everybody, we are questions right now. When we do make a motion, we can just definitely have the robust discussion and provide our comments then. But right now we're asking questions of the staff or testifiers here. And I do appreciate all the testifiers remaining in the room in case we do have any questions for you. So any other commissioners? Commissioner Parent?
Question in regards to that watershed. So I'm in Mountain View and I'm also on catchment. My parcel was actually subdivided from a larger parcel, and because of that, one water line was assigned to one of the subdivisions. So the other parcels don't qualify for county water services, although there is a water main available on. It's just too small to, I guess, service. And then you folks talk about watershed and possibly doing that, which I really disagree. That's overreach. So say if somebody wants to tap in to the county water line, but yet you have Board of Water saying, well, the line is too small. So you have someone who wants to, can't. And then you come with this watershed regulation. What does that do for the individual that's caught in limbo? Can't because the line is too small. Is the state going to go around and upgrading these underground utilities so it's available upon request, at the demand of the landowner?
I guess just to clarify, there's nothing in the plan that's suggesting prohibiting people from having individual water catchments. That's not the case. The difference is with our Board of Water Supply, they have restrictions about pressure and sizing requirements for connectivity, but that's very specific to whatever that line. I can't speak to what those lines are,
A little bit too specific.
but there's nothing that's prohibiting people from having individual catchment systems.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna take a quick, maybe 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for further questions. So we'll come back at, what is it, 10:45? If that's okay, everybody? We'll be in recess until 10:45. Thank you. All right, we're gonna resume in a little bit. We're just waiting for one more commissioner to come back from break, and then we'll begin. All right, we are resuming the special meeting of the Windward Planning Commission on the general plan. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good morning. Planning commissioners cannot accept any items associated with their service. So there were several conversations just now where commissioners were offered items of some value, limited value. There will be no items accepted by any commissioner based on discussions in any of these hearings.
Thank you. All right, staff had a further response regarding a question that a commissioner made, and then we will take one more individual testifier, and then we'll resume questioning. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. April Supernaut with the Planning Department. Just to address Commissioner Daniele's question about action item 26 or 26.F as in Frank, that comes directly from the current general plan, which is policy number 11.2.2, little h and little y. Little h reads, develop and adopt standards for individual catchment units. These are policies in the current general plan. And then little y is the exact, little I, excuse me, is the exact language that we have in our draft action. Again, it's not a policy in the draft general plan, it's an action. But the policy in the current general plan reads, cooperate with the State Department of Health to develop standards and/or guidelines for the construction and use of rainwater catchment systems to minimize the intrusion of any chemical or microbiological contaminants. So I just wanted to provide that clarification and the rationale of where that came from. Thank you.
Thank you. So staff will take that quick one testifier, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Chair Lynn. The next testifier is John Stern. Mr. Stern, if you could come up to the table so I could swear you in. Please hit the green button to turn on your microphone and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please state your name and the town you reside in, and you may begin.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. My name is John Stern. I live in Hakalau, where I have a farm that I'm growing some fruits and vegetables on. My comments are very brief. I think you've heard some of them before. My comments on the general plan are as follows. First of all, I object to the use of the word stakeholder, which is used multiple times throughout the document. I think it's too vague. I hope you go through the document and remove that word and/or either define that word very thoroughly. I believe we have a right to know who the stakeholders are, especially if they don't live here. In its place, I would like to see used more of the words homeowner, landowner, farmer, and the like. Another of my concerns has to do with the right to travel, which is ensured by the Constitution, the right to travel and move freely about. In 3 different places I've seen in the first 100, just in the first 100 pages of the document. I've probably not caught all of them. I've seen things like reduce VMT, vehicle motor traffic, page 59, reduce miles traveled on page 67, encourage site clustering on 43. Some of these things are rather vague, like site clustering, and it doesn't sound too good. It sounds like it could be open the doors to an infringement upon our constitutional rights. The third thing I'm concerned about is the use of the term buffer zones. I think that needs to be further defined, since again, it leaves the door open for abuse and unlawful eminent domain, either now or in the future. Those are just some of my objections. They all have to do with our constitutional rights and the rights guaranteed to us by the US and Hawaiian Constitution and the Universal Bill of Rights, and having to do with ensuring our right to enjoy public spaces, the right to move about freely, and the right to be secure in our persons, homes, documents, etc. Please do your constitutional duty to ensure that those rights are maintained, maybe even a statement of upholding those rights, the Bill of Rights, the Hawaiian Constitution rights, the Universal Bill of Rights.
You have 30
For-
seconds left.
For a document this important, perhaps at the beginning of it would be well advised. So thank you for your time and for your work.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right, we will resume our questions. So, commissioners, do you have any other questions for staff?
Yeah,
Vice Chair.
I just, this question, oh, okay. So in your presentation, this morning, I'm curious, you talk about, prioritizing maintaining the views at scenic overlooks. How many scenic overlooks does the Big Island have? Just curious. I know of 2.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't have that information in front of me either.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I know there's one in Ocean View, that's quite popular, and there's one going to Kona. I don't know of any others.
There are several on
Hamakua
Hamakua side as well, yes.
Okay. Is there any action to make more of these? To increase, I mean, obviously, you know, I mean, it's a good idea to have that. Is there any talk about actually, you know, developing more of these scenic overlooks?
I believe all of them are owned and maintained by the State Department of Transportation. So we'd have to look at their master plan and see if they have any more planned. But I would say that you know, part of their jurisdiction is it's really about promoting safe travel.
Mhm.
And so there are places where, you know, people are stopping to look at various views, right? And so I would assume they would take that into consideration for their long-range planning, but I don't know if they have any specific plans for additional.
Oh, okay,
scenic
so
travel.
that's completely state.
Chair.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
Director.
Aloha, Commissioner. There's also a section within our zoning code, Division 6, starting on section 25-660. It's called the Scenic Corridor Program. And so it lays out the process to establish a scenic corridor locally. And as staff had mentioned, there are also resolutions that have been created through the legislature that have identified certain corridors around the island. A well-known one is Mahu Kona, that whole scenic corridor there. But those again are only resolutions. These actually establish the corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, other commissioners? Commissioner Baylog?
I just had a question it was regarding action 2A, just because that seems like it's going to cover a lot of ground, especially it's for grading and grubbing ordinances. And if you could just kind of address it or clarify it a bit more. I know it's pertaining to the objective 2 for watersheds.
Talking about action 2A? Or action 2A, review and update the county grading and grubbing ordinances to ensure that they adequately address potential erosion and runoff problems.
Yeah, our codes for grading and grubbing are managed by the Department of Public Works. And as part of their due diligence, when they're reviewing site plan approvals or building permit applications, they look at the drainage to make sure that it's adequate and not going to cause flooding issues down slope. So this is sort of a regular, like, continue to review those in case there are opportunities to make improvements.
I would also add that that's another policy that came from the current general plan. It's 4.3L as in Larry. So that action is also in the current general plan.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner DeLuz.
Morning, staff. I just had one quick recommendation, and that would be to,
Sorry, we're at questions right now. Once there's a motion, we can discuss. I don't know if
well, I
that's a
just wanted,
question.
well, let me ask a question, then if that's the purpose. The document to me seems very intense, very large, a lot of information. But it doesn't really tell us, to me, how this thing works. And let me explain, that it goes through step 1, step 2, step 3. And so the question is, can it be just one page that says this is the process it goes through? I know you've done a lot of public meetings and that kind of stuff, but more importantly, I think for a lot of the people that testify, it's just kind of a quick notes, cliff notes, I'm sorry, going back to college many years ago. Just a brief explanation of the administration of it. I guess that's the question I have for you is that possible to put that in? And that way it helps to explain to people when they see it. It's greatly written, but it's not simply written.
I think that's something that we do talk about in the beginning and in the introduction about the overall process. I think also in our workshops and meetings and in our presentation on this past Friday, we also have a slide that talks about, I'm not sure if your question is related to how the general plan works in general in collaboration with all of the other entitlements and land use processes that happen within the county, or if it's the process that we're going through right now. So last week we did have a slide that spoke directly to the process that we're going through right now and all the different steps and pieces that we've been through, public meetings, number of comments, things like that. I'm happy to pull that up again if that's helpful, assuming I can access it. And then in terms of the overall process, I think the introduction to the plan starts to speak to that.
No, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Maybe as a follow-up to Commissioner DeLuz's question is, I guess if for the general public, why is this important and how does this impact how our government is run and how it affects our communities? For example, is, if we don't have a general plan, does that affect any federal dollars that we get from the federal government? Does it affect any state funding that we get? That kind of examples.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. My next question is for staff is, one of the examples you had under biocultural stewardship policies in action is action 2.B, adopt appropriate measures and provide incentives to control point and non-point sources of pollution. And this is more in general, but what kind of incentives are we looking at? What are examples of incentives?
Yeah, the best example the county government can provide is tax incentives. So there's certain ways that we can incentivize landowners. If they are using appropriate measures, we can look at the tax code and see if there's ways that we can reduce their real property tax. Another type of incentive that county government can provide is expediting different permit reviews. So, this could be that if they're incorporating, specific standards, that there's a process that can expedite their review of their drainage plan, as I was mentioning to the previous commissioner. to say that they've incorporated that, so we don't need to look at that again. So removing regulatory barriers, incentivizing through property taxes, and expediting permit approvals are types of incentives.
Thank you. I think that should be further explained. Yeah. Another question I had was, how does this proposed draft general plan overlay with the state master plan? And what is the relationship or overlap between those two plans? Because if we're doing something completely different from what state wants to do, particularly if you're saying that, you know, the Department of Transportation maintains portions of the plan, then how does that overlap with what we're trying to propose here in the general plan?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The state plans and the county plans really need to work together. We draw upon and have collaborated with the state agencies on their plans and how they affect our island. But they look to us for guidance in this document of what our community wants for our island. And so as they update and adopt their future plans, they will look to us for that guidance as well. So it's really a collaborative effort. It's not unlike some of the other plans, functional plans with the different agencies or community plans in various areas like the Downtown Hilo Plan and other community development plans and urban plans that are around the island. They need to inform one another. This document being that overarching guiding document, and those plans as they are amended and updated in the future, we'll look to this document for that guidance as well.
Thank you. Any other commissioners?
I have a question.
Commissioner
Sorry.
Perrin.
In regards to the word stakeholder, because it seems to be causing a lot of ruckus or just a lot of questions. Is there a way to include, maybe in parentheses, to include XYZ?
So yes, it is possible for this committee to make recommendations on adjustments to the definition, for example, and for the county council to consider those. We did list, as Chair read earlier, a number of different entities as examples. It says such as, it doesn't list all of them, but it's also with a document this size, if we listed all of the different actual stakeholders, every time we were trying to refer to stakeholders, the document would probably be a lot longer. So we're trying to be more efficient in our terminology. So if we want to amend the stakeholder definition to include some additional examples in the list, then that seems like a reasonable recommendation for this body to make. I will say, when we say things like community members, that includes all community members. Community is what it is. It is community, right? It's people who live here. It's people who work here. It's people who own businesses, who own farms, who own land, who own home. But it also includes all of those people who rent, who do not own land or do not own a home here. And there are people who live here who have for many, many, many generations who do not own land or own a home. So they would not be included if we only used a term such as landowner or homeowner. So we're trying to be inclusive of all people on our island who have a stake in the outcomes of this plan. So thank you for raising that. And I think that's a reasonable recommendation if this body feels it should be amended. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, so I suggest all commissioners, continue to write down your recommendations or suggestions, because that is how we're gonna be doing our motion, right? So if we do a motion to either favorable, unfavorable, then you provide what your recommendations are as a amending motion. So continue to write down these questions and points of clarification that you want going forward That would be our process here. Okay. My other question is regarding objective 3, increase direct community restoration and collaborative efforts to conserve and nourish the island's biocultural resources. You state in the policy 3.11, partner with government, the private and nonprofit agencies, communities, and other stakeholders. What I think would give the public more confidence so we know kind of what kind of organizations, for example, XYZ, to know like, okay, these are the kind of organizations that we would be looking for their guidance or for their, for their manao. That gives us a little bit more, just more clarity on what kind of organizations that really the county is trying to participate in. I think, yeah, if you could.
Law Commissioner. Yes, I think in this particular case, when we're talking about biocultural stewardship, we're looking at our organizations that are engaged in that stewardship. So our watershed alliances that already do good work in the watershed. Big Island Invasive Species Council, I already mentioned them as an organization that we collaborate with to remediate invasive species. What other types? Oh, definitely when it comes to cultural stewardship, working with organizations that include lineal descendants in those areas and nonprofits that serve that same purpose. So it is pretty broad and it's hard to be prescriptive. But again, when we're looking at stewardship, we're looking at organizations that engage in that stewardship already.
Thank you. And I guess following up on that, would there be some type of process where, not to be real formal, but like a RFP or a RFI kind of process where, hey, we want to get your organizations to step up and be a consultant or whatever. Is there going to be that kind of process?
Our county procurement rules require us to
Yeah.
go through those processes to make sure that it's fair and equitable, whether that's a professional services contract or through RFP, request for proposals, where everybody can submit and go through a ranking process.
Thank you. And then my other question would be with the action related to that policy, creating special business improvement districts to engage in environmental research, et cetera. So can you explain further on how the special improvement district would work?
Yeah, we have a couple of those already functioning on our island. The downtown Hilo Improvement District. Wait a minute, they don't have one yet. Sorry, Kona Village Improvement District is an example of where the businesses all partner together to take care of the space. They handle trash pickup and different things like that. And so that's an example of creating an improvement district where all of the business owners in that space would work collaboratively to help with the stewardship.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Deluz.
Just had a quick question on the, I know it's given as an example on the climate policies and actions. Policy 7.16, prioritizing the installation of electric vehicle chargers. I was just curious to see how, my question is really, have they come up with a stated policy, a small outline concerning that particular issue? I know it's on the list.
Chair.
Yes, so this is, if you look at the action that is associated with that policy,
Right.
it's really to come up with the plan and the network map to accommodate that larger policy.
Okay. I know there was discussion about coordination between county and state. And I just met with the state that's already moving forward with their proposed program, who doesn't appear to have read your guys' information. So I know that happens, right? But I guess in the overall, my question is there going to be, you think, more consistent collaboration between the state and the counties? Where, it seems like if you don't ask, they don't tell. I mean, that's my opinion, but, I think it's a great plan. It's just that, um, um, with the lack of resources that we have, because I've gone through it personally, and putting level 3 chargers in. And so the question is really, and then the other big commitment is, of course, the power company. Yeah, because these level 3s will not run on, I haven't reached the technology yet to run them off batteries. Yeah, solar batteries. Yeah. Level 2s will run off solar batteries. So, okay, well, thank you for answering the question.
I can also address Commissioner, just your collaboration piece.
Right.
We do work with the Office of Energy at the state level around this EV charging infrastructure network. And so the Department of Transportation absolutely has consulted with the county in their efforts to understand the gaps. One of them being Saddle Road and figuring out how that gap can be fixed through Department of Transportation, actually, because that's again, a DOT maintained roadway. So they do collaborate with us to try and address these bigger issues. But I think just in general, there's collaboration needing at every level, right? That's Department of Transportation and Office of Energy, but there's Department of Health. I mean, you name it, right? And their mission is really statewide. And so we have to make sure that we're advocating for what our county needs and what our unique resources we have on this county
Yeah, no, and that's
to them
perfect.
to make sure that's managed appropriately.
Well, and I think that's my question, is really moving an area of what type of resources is the county gonna put behind that, right? And a big chunk of it is knowing from experience that you can say you'll put one up at Gilbert Cahaley Park, right? But there's not enough power transmission up there, as an example, right? Now, that doesn't mean a level 2 won't work. You'll just be there a little longer. So, so it was told to me by the state, and that's why I pose a question to you. It's, it's really coming down to not if, when, it's been delayed for such a long period of time, right? And being in the auto business, the one thing that people have a real hard time with is range anxiety, and the first vehicles didn't make it over the hill. Yeah. The second generation makes it over, but may not make it back without getting recharged. And today it's better, but because to get to zero emissions by 2025, we all know that's not going to happen. Mainly because we cannot build that infrastructure fast enough, right? And already the industry has moved away from battery powered cars. Yeah. So, and that's, I guess, the question, because, and well, it's not really a question because you have it in where this plan is always ongoing, changing. Yeah. So I guess we just need to give more input into parts of the plan we feel is not moving in the right direction or lacking. I totally agree with you. It cannot happen without the collaboration of the state. Yeah. And the feds for that matter. Right. So, but thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question is regarding historic preservation. So my understanding of historic preservation right now is that projects need to go to the state historical preservation division or department, but that process is overly burdensome. And it takes somewhere between 6 to 12 months, depending on your project. So if our plan says historic preservation shall represent the full range of diversity of the multicultural heritage of Hawaii, that means we're expanding our historic preservation efforts, but also that we now put people into a more burdensome bureaucracy of approvals. So how do you balance the shifty requirements and, that next layer of approval?
The multicultural approach is already included in our state statutes as far as historic preservation. So we're not suggesting that that be expanded upon through this policy. And then I would ask April if you can look through the plan. There's several, I can't remember if at the policy level, certainly at the action level, collaborating with the State Historic Preservation Division to address specifically what you're talking about, because we've seen, delays in affordable housing projects and all, good projects that we want to have accomplished through their processes. So while we can't change their processes, there's opportunity to collaborate early and often to try and expedite those things. And I think there's actions in the plan that speak to that.
Thank you. And then I guess the action, that you stated here related to it was, seek private-public partnerships to maintain and steward the preservation of sites, buildings, objects, and landscapes of the significant cultural and historical importance. But, how does preservation does not mean restoration? So are we just preserving these sites and making, little to no effort to restore it? If it's restorable, that's my question is, what about the restoring side?
Yeah, and I think that speaks to more, again, sort of what we can do locally, right? Preservation, Hawaii State Preservation Law requires that certain sites be preserved and maintained. But when we get down to the site specific things that happen, we can actually work with, again, public-private partnerships, landowners, again, community stewardship groups to restore sites and improve upon their integrity. But that would require that collaboration to happen. There are a number of heiau that I can think of that have been restored on the Kona side, just by Kamehameha schools. And that was a collaborative effort to really support those restoration efforts.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So
Commissioner
just to
Kern.
reconfirm what was just said in regards to historic preservation. So the county is more than willing to put certain entities into historic preservation, but as far as it being restored, maintained, looked after, it needs to be a collaborative event.
It really depends on the land ownership of the property and where those resources are to be able to steward them appropriately and restore them as needed.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Commissioner Deleuze. Oh, no question. Okay. Okay. Any other commissioners? If not, I do have some questions for testifiers.
Chair Lynn,
Yeah.
I have a question. Oh, go ahead.
before
Go ahead,
we
Michael.
get to that, we do have one more testifier that came online on Zoom.
Okay.
If you'd be willing to take them.
Okay. Go ahead. Zoom
Ashley,
testifier.
do you still have a Zoom testifier?
Is that me?
That might be you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Charles Flaherty, Chuck Flaherty, Captain Cook. I'm sorry that I'm just now joining late. It wasn't clear to me about the it said,
Sorry, Charles.
yes.
Could you, can I swear you in real quick?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter before now the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and state your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin. You will have 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when 30 seconds remain.
Mahalo. Chuck Flaherty, Captain Cook. I had testified on Friday and apologize. I didn't realize that we could sign on for this meeting because of the noon deadline for the day before, but thank you very much, Chair, for indulging that. One of the things that was not able to get to on Friday was the fact that there is a Freedom of Information Act request for information. I don't know how the Windward Planning Commission's going to proceed on, trying to, to review the general plan. But one of the very important things are the changes in designations between the current general plan and the draft plan that's before you now. There are, like, for instance, on Banyan Drive, there's an open area that's in a tsunami zone that's been changed to urban expansion. Around Huhanua, there's additional land that's been added. And while you can find those, I mean, a person has to go and find them. The reasons for why those changes were made and the stakeholders who were consulted in making that decision are not disclosed. So there is a request of the planning department for that information. The planning department has identified where the changes have been made, but they've not provided any reason for the change or who the stakeholders that were involved in making those changes. So I'm hoping that that the Windward Planning Commission, the commissioners, that you will look at those areas in which you have interest or in your particular area and district that you cover, and ask the planning department, what was the reason for this, who was consulted, so you can better understand those changes. Also, what was the other thing? With regard to the grubbing and grading, there is a draft ordinance that's been sitting on the shelves of DPW for about two decades. So that's something that we're hoping that will get put forward soon. And just as far as state historic preservation, I wanted to point out that the county has an
You have
affirmative
30
duty.
seconds left.
Thank you. Has an affirmative duty to protect all public trust resources at every stage of any application or approval process. So that's also a county responsibility. So I don't know how y'all are going to address this. I don't know if maybe taking the current general plan, given that it's by district, and going into all the different sections and looking at the districts to see if they've been properly, all the things that are currently being required, if they are
Your 3
included in the
minutes are
current
finished.
plan.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And you can continue to provide testimony at our future meetings as well as online. So if you have any further comments, you may do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I apologize. I'm a volunteer too, so I'll get it to you as soon as I can.
Thank you.
Chair Lynn, we do have one more in-person testifier.
Okay.
Rocky Ishibashi, if you could come to the front table and I can swear you in.
Okay. And I just want to note, I'll take this one last testifier, but then we do have to get the process continue to go, right? So I'll take you as our last testifier and then we'll close public testimony.
Mr. Ishibashi, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth now before the Windward Planning Commission? Okay, you'll have 3 minutes and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining.
It's the green button.
Aloha, I'm Rocky Ishibashi. I live a mile on the north side of Puna Geothermal Venture. After they passed their EIS, we've been poisoned twice. Both times when they did a valve check, a flow test. That's 4:00 in the morning. I evacuated my girlfriend, took her to a fire station. They ambulanced her to Hilo. No can, 2:00 in the morning is the regular time. They poisoned us all this week. I called the mayor's office. Mayor's office, Robert over there, told me to move. Then he told me to sue because PGV has a permit. And I asked him, does it say anywhere on that permit that they can poison me? And he grumbled something and he said, sue. That's the mayor's office telling me that. I was getting the runaround from the state trying to find numbers to, if I could see a monitor. I finally got one. The guy that I talked to, he said the numbers he was using was in Leilani Estates. I live on the north side of PGV. It won't read there. The wind wasn't blowing towards Leilani Estates. So all the time you test a number and you say PGV's got a 1.0, they're not testing. There's only one monitor that they look at. And it's Leilani. It's the other direction. 90% of the time, the wind blows from the northeast side. But on the south days, we catch hell. There's no exit routes. There's no emergency practice, nothing. There's nothing written in the phone book to where we go. There's no evacuation places we could go to. None. Why not? Why don't we practice evacuation routes? Why don't you give the community a chance to evacuate? Highway 137 is my only way to get upwind, but that's still got 90 feet of lava covering that road. There's no way out for me. We're dead. I told something loud from Oahu when he came over here. We're dead. He pleaded the Fifth Amendment. They know it's poison. We all know it's poison. 40 years of poisoning us. I just moved in there 6 years ago, and we were pretty good when Ige shut it down. But now we're getting poisoned again because they approved a fraudulent EIS. One of the categories was the hourly
30
tax.
seconds left.
And they said they did the test in the daytime. Everybody knows they come out at night. That's fraudulent. In the Zendo Kerr, he approved it. The Department of Health approved it. The endangered seabirds are another one. They do lights at night, and that attracts the endangered seabirds, the petrel, Hawaiian petrel, and more of those.
Your 3 minutes are finished. Thank you for your
Okay.
testimony.
Please look into that because we've been poisoned all week, all week.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, commissioners, any objections to closing public testimony at this time? Okay, seeing none. Okay, public testimony is now closed. We'll continue with questioning. Like I said, I do have some questions for the testifiers in the room. So a comment was made regarding we did not hear about the general plan until today or recently. So I guess to the miss right there with the pink hair, when did you hear about the general plan? Oh, sorry, if you can come up, please. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, leave it on. Yeah.
Okay, I was aware of it a couple months ago, but I'm just speaking of many of my neighbors that I've been
Okay.
speaking with. They had no idea when I brought it up to them and said, "Hey, you know these meetings, you know about the general plan? Like, what's the general plan? We had no idea this was happening." So
Okay.
the majority of people that I've spoken with have said that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, to Miss Rebecca Melanis. So you talk about the your testimony said delete land use changes. Are you saying to delete land use changes for the entire county or just for a specific area? Oh, you gotta please press the mic.
Okay, so the general plan has a lot of land use that they've changed. People have received letters, as you can see the testimonies. That's what I'm talking about. Who gives them the right to make these changes to people's properties all over the Big Island? That should be deleted. Like everybody's land use should stay as it is when they purchase the land. And this shouldn't be changed in the general plan. Who gives them the right to change people's land use titles? People went, they purchased the land as a specific land use. they went through the environmental impact statement draft if they needed to do that, to do certain projects. And this is going to bypass, and basically it allows, say, agricultural, high-end agricultural lands, or people want to develop high-end developments. It's going to be the loophole of allowing them, as instead of their land being agriculture, be changed to urban. And that will then allow them not to have to fill out an environmental impact statement draft. How is that okay? People need to, the land is set right now. It needs to stay the way it is. It's not okay to change people's titles for land use, because the people that have purchased, urban, that, or, if they wanted to rezone it, they had to go through the environmental impact statement. It protects the land, it protects the community, so that, it's known, and EIS is very important to be able to have, and to create a loophole for high-end developments. It's not pono. And, it takes away, and it goes into corruption. It goes into possible bribery.
So I would just, as a suggestion, if there are issues with land use changes, provide us as a community, what your desire for that land use is.
Well, I'd like it to, so if the land use, you're saying about the whole island, or?
So the areas that you're concerned about, right? Say you live in a certain zoning district or zone, and provide us, based off the planning department's code, zoning code, and the type of use are all listed, right? They have MCX, they have in residential neighborhood, commercial, whatever. Indicate to us what your desire is.
Well, why is it okay for them to change land uses?
I don't know.
It
That's
shouldn't
not,
be. It shouldn't be. That's the point that I'm trying to make. It should not be okay for them to change properties, land use, private land use, I don't understand how that's okay. I don't understand how, what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, because if a person, see, these people who've testified, they've got a letter 2 weeks ago, only 2 weeks ago, that says, hey, your land is going to be changed. I've spoken to these people, and they said their letter was very, very, oh, it's not a big deal. We're just going to change the land's use title. But yet it is a big deal, because in the long run, it will be a big deal. And they did not buy this land, or even inherited it, or however they got this land with they inherited it as a certain land use. Then they went through the process of doing what they needed to do what they wanted to do with their land. But now the county wants to change the land use on a lot of different people's properties. And all they're doing is they're giving people a letter, a really nice letter. Oh, we're just going to do this. It's not really going to affect you, but it will. That's the problem.
Thank you. And I'll, at the end of our meeting here today, I'll allow the planning department to provide some comments regarding some of the issues that US testifiers provided today. But I'll continue with the questioning, but thank you so much, Ms. Melendez.
Thank you. I just feel it's really unjust for them to have the right to change people's
Thank you.
land.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. You can testify the next time with your allotted time as well as written for expand on that issue. Thank you. Okay, commissioners, any other questions for testifiers? I guess just one question for the other Miss Melendez. Oh. How do you define stewardship in your opinion? Because you had concerns regarding stewardship.
I had concerns regarding the word protection.
Yeah. So if protection is not the word you like, how do you define stewardship?
Stewardship would be, well, first of all, looking at the Apua'a that used to be here on the islands and seeing how did the Hawaiians do this? The Hawaiians didn't have, they actually had from the mountain all the way down to the water, a system in place that everybody was doing their part for the entire community. So they were supporting the land, they were stewarding the land, they were taking care of whatever section on the INA that they were on. So if they were up at the top, they had a certain thing that they were doing to take care of the land, and if they were at the bottom, they had a certain thing that they were doing. But it was all connected, and it was to support the entire community, which was beautiful. And that's what we should be looking at. We should be going back to, okay, what did the Apua'a do? How was this entire island used to be self-sufficient? They didn't have boats coming. You know, we have like 90% is coming in from the mainland, when before it was 100% was self-sustaining for the entire islands, for all the people. And they had that's what I wanted to say about that. But yeah, it's going back to land stewardship as far as looking at what area of Hawaii, what can they do to support the community in their area. And but the protection, that word equals more regulations, codes, and all this stuff. And who are these people that think they have the right to take away our freedoms based on, oh, we're going to protect this? No. Let's do land stewardship. Let's support the communities, not protect, so that protection is more rules. And let's look at our keiki and see what is the future that we want for these children? Do we want them to have to live in a world where they can't do anything because it's always coded? Oh, and this incentives, that's a whole nother thing too. Incentivizing people. Oh, let's increase your taxes, but if you do it this way, then we'll lower your taxes. And actually, that's the chair, the county council chair actually said, yeah, we're doing this so we can incentivize people to do what we want.
Thank you. To tie into your discussion just now, can you also define what your vision of what a thriving community is? So you talk about thriving communities.
Absolutely. It's exactly what the Apua'a was about. They were a thriving community. It's where people are growing food, and people are growing not just enough food for themselves, but also to support other people. You know, I've been told that some of these rules and regulations, and I don't know if they're in this plan, because this general plan is very similar to a lot of the general plans around the country. And I've been told that there's going to be even licensing of our chickens and licensing of our cows and all of this stuff. It's like, no, it's like noticing that we are connected together and we support each other by growing more food. How can we be more food sustainable here, food sufficient, where we don't have to have ships coming in from the mainland? Like if the ships go down, I think we got a week, if that, something like that. So our job here should be, how do people support their community? I live in Hakalau, and we have a beautiful farm, and we have a beautiful farmers market, and each person brings something different. And that's what we should be looking at. We should be looking at how can we support each other without over regulations, without all these permits, without all these fines, without incentivizing through taxation, which honestly, the whole tax system is a whole nother thing. Yep. So how can we do that to support each other with growing more food? Incentivize people to grow more food.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your response. So as you can see, my line of questioning is really to get you guys' thoughts, because you are the community. We want to see what your vision is. And without defining what you provide to us in testimony, we don't get what your vision is. So we still have, 1, 2, 3, at least 4 or 5 more meetings for the general plan. Encourage your fellow members to continue submitting testimony. We need your testimony for us to make an informed decision. We get what we get here, and then we get what you guys provide us. So there's two sides of this. So continue to provide testimony, continue to express what your vision is for the future. And that's how we can incorporate it into this plan. Like I said last time, just scrapping it is not going to work. I got to work within the confines of what I have. And we have to do that as well. Sorry, I'm not taking any questions. Yeah, thank you. Okay, with that, any other questions for testifiers? Okay. If not, then we will ask if there's any other questions for staff.
I have a question for staff in regards to.
Commissioner Perrin.
Hi. Sorry, I'm marked it here. I'm not sure. Okay, so table one, in regards to stewardship, bioculture stewardship challenges. It says here the county has a limited budget for its large-scale geographical responsibility for the protection of public trust, natural and cultural resources. So if your budgets are limited, one, where does it come from? How much more do you need? And do you have plans set in place to get more money so what you folks plan to do, the financial needs can be met?
Commissioner, that is a loaded question. Our finances come from our real property tax for the most part to work with our operating budget, which is the programmatic side. So that's the staff and the programs that the county provides comes from our real property tax. The issue is we have a very large geography. And if you compare us to a smaller geography like Maui and look at the tax base, it's very different. So we have a lot more land to cover with less resources. And that requires then the collaboration and the stewardship that's highlighted in this chapter to really, again, sort of partner with landowners, partner with stewardship organizations like the watershed folks to really accomplish our needs rather than assuming that the county can do it all, because we can't. We have a lot of priorities to balance. And so just recognizing, how much resource we actually have that we can dedicate to this space. And then the other thing I would say, as far as our natural and cultural resources, is we do have a 2% fund that provides the county the opportunities to purchase properties that have that sort of conservation value where we want to preserve them through that 2% fund. And then that comes again from the real property tax revenue. And then there's an additional, I believe it's 0.5% that's dedicated to maintenance of those properties. So again, those are just the properties that are purchased through that program. There is a maintenance fund as well for those, but we could always use more resources, but it's challenging to balance all the needs.
Got it. Thank you for mentioning that a portion of the proceeds do go to purchasing, because that'll kind of take me into the next point. So 1.13, incentivize private land management practices that protect and enhance natural resource values, and when appropriate, pursue the acquisition of lands. Could you clarify when appropriate? Because that was a little bit confusing for some.
Yeah, perfect. Again, speaking to our public open space Natural Resource Committee. I can't remember the acronym, but it's PONC. And it's managed through our finance department. So when they find a property, there's a nomination process for that property, and usually it's community-based, where they have, again, specific values, whether it's historic resources or some kind of native habitat that they want preserved. The community can work through a nomination process with that committee. And then they have to have a willing landowner in order to complete the purchase of that property. So that's when it's appropriate, is when it's gone through the community-based nomination process and it has a willing landowner.
And then my last question about this, sorry. Is there anything that could possibly incentivize you? Say, for example, there's an area where there's natural resources and it wants to be protected. and say there's a collaboration that is designated, are there any incentive, any benefits to that collaboration being, I guess, becoming a partnership? Is there any incentives for the people providing the service to you folks so that those natural resources are looked after and cared for?
If you mean incentive, like, payment, monetary,
Anything?
that would have to go again through our procurement process. So if we wanted to work with and develop a partnership, that there's a process in order to do that so that it's fair and every community-based organization has the opportunity to work through that. And then I would say to, it's my other train of thought, sorry. Can you repeat the question one more time? That might help. Sorry.
No, I guess I was just trying to establish if there was any incentives that would be offered to the individuals who you folks would collaborate to maintain or protect these natural resources or entities.
Yeah, another type of incentive, and I believe I heard some testimony about it, is to look at clustering. And what that can mean is that if you have a property that has, because not all of our natural and cultural resources, in fact, most of them don't follow some kind of a jurisdictional boundary. There's a lot in our urban spaces where we currently live as communities, right? And so if there's some kind of a resource that has been deemed, worthy of protection, there's opportunities for that property owner to protect that. And if they can, they can put in some kind of a preservation easement. And let's say that was, 1 acre worth of their property. We can move that density from that 1 acre of property onto the remaining area of their property so that there is an incentive. They still have the density that they need to do their development, but they're preserving that natural resource. So that's an example of the sort of the way that land use works to preserve these natural resources.
Nice. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, any other questions? If not, we're gonna take a lunch break.
Can I have one last question?
Go ahead, Commissioner Perrin.
Thank you very much. There's been a lot of mention of the Ahupua'a system and whatnot. So the Ahupua'a system was a triangular, went from the mountain to the ocean, and it triangled like that. I'm just curious, why didn't the county maintain that system? Because I think it was a darn good system. And in fact, when the English came, they said the Ahupua'a system was one of the most advanced systems they have ever seen. That, and that it's also communal, it was never privately owned. But yeah.
I think that's way too big of a question for me to address politically, but I agree with you that, the challenge that we have is with individual private ownership that cuts across these boundaries. We have to figure out a way to sort of restore that idea and figure out the collaboration that's needed to do that work. So it just becomes a little bit more challenging because you have multiple landowners that you're working with, and you might have some that are more, inclined to do that and some that are not. And so it's really, with private ownership, it becomes very difficult to manage things at a watershed scale that way.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So commissioners, we're gonna take a lunch break and we're gonna do it a little longer this time. We're gonna come back at 12:30. So 45-minute lunch break. Let your minds rest, because when we come back, we gotta make some decision making. Okay? Okay, we are going to resume the special meeting for the Windward Planning Commission on the general plan. At this time, I do want to notate that Commissioner Perrin has stepped out, but we still do have quorum. And then Director Darrow has a few comments to make before we go into our discussion and motion making. So, Director?
Thank you, Chair. There's been some questions during testimony in regards to the authority that directs the counties to create and implement a general plan. So I wanted to just briefly touch upon those authorities. There is a federal authority that I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it requires the states to implement guidance for the counties to be able to create general plans. In our state, you'll find this under HRS 226-58, titled County General Plans. And it says the county general plans and development plans shall be formulated with input from the state and county agencies, as well as the general public. It goes on to contain more information than that. Our county charter, bring that up, also mandates a general plan. This is under section 3-15. It says the county council shall adopt by ordinance a general plan which shall set forth the county's long-range policy for the comprehensive physical, economic, environmental, and socio-cultural well-being of the county. And again, it goes on further in that section. There is sections under the planning department, which is chapter 7 in the charter, beginning at section 6-7.2b. Number 2, it says the director shall be the chief planning officer of the county and the administrative head of the department, and shall, number 2, prepare a general plan, implementation plans, and any amendments thereto in accordance with section 315. And then moving further, in our last general plan in 2005, we had a section 16.1, which identifies the process to be followed when you do a comprehensive general plan review. And that's what we are currently doing. And we are currently following this process at this time. It does speak about the planning director initiating the plan, providing the plan for public input through different types of outreaches. It talks about bringing the plan to the commissions for their review and recommendations, and then ultimately to the council. It also talks about interim amendments that once the general plan comprehensive review is done, there can be interim amendments that are done, and that's found under 16.2. Hopefully that's brief and concise enough to kind of lay that out. It does go into great detail in 16.1 as to the process. So if you have any questions regarding that, which just to go a little further, the land use pattern allocation guide maps that a lot of people have been discussing seems to be, how can you do this type of thing? That is part of the general plan. It's the actual physical representation of the long range direction for planning and zoning on a map. So it identifies where we want to see urban cores, where we want to see areas of conservation, agricultural, and those types of, just by looking at a map and getting those ideas. A lot of these changes additionally, it states in 16.1 that when the planning director makes these amendments to the plan, they have to notify specific landowners. And that's why they are receiving these letters. And that has been the process even previously when those amendments were made. So this, just because there has been proposed amendments, that's why we continue with the process to get input. And then ultimately, the county council will approve or not approve these types of amendments or the entire draft plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I guess to just some clarification with the LUPEG, and if somebody's property, like many testifiers said, that they might be recreation or now, looking at open space or whatever it is, but historically their property has been either zoned for something else that has more use to it. So say if I owned a property and is currently, in a commercial neighborhood or something like that, now it's being zoned as, or proposed to be zoned as recreation or open space. How does that homeowner now go forward, knowing that in the future there's a possibility that other properties in the area may be rezoned, and then that their resale value or their use changes?
As mentioned at, I believe, our first hearing, the land use pattern allocation guide map does not change the zoning. It is, as we had mentioned, a physical representation of the general plan. So we look at two things when we're doing a review of a particular request, whether it's a SMA permit or a use permit or a special permit or change of zone, state land use boundary amendment. One of the key issues is it consistent with the general plan? That's one of the key issues. So we will look at two things in that review. One is the actual physical general plan and look at the goals, policies, objectives, and actions of the general plan and make sure that request is aligning with that. If it's something such as a change of zone or a state land use boundary amendment, and also an SMA and others, we'll look at the land use pattern allocation guide map to see if that aligns with that particular area. In looking at the designation, because this designation of recreation is new. And so on page 85 of the proposed plan, it actually identifies or describes what recreation is reflective of. And it says parks, open space, and other recreational areas, such as golf courses and shoreline setback areas not already in the SLU conservation. So some of these requests that we saw today, when I looked at their property in relation to the map, they were either very near a park or a beach, or they were along the coast and they were in that shoreline setback area. So it's reflecting that particular area. It's not changing the zoning. And keep in mind, this is the general plan. So that particular layer is not site specific in the sense that we look at zoning or state land use. It is general. So it has some flexibility. Sometimes to come up with an exact number, it's difficult, but I would say just realistically, that could be approximately 300 feet, maybe 100 to 300 feet, that you look at that flexibility. Again, these areas along the coastline, you'll see like a conservation area that's usually reflective of the cliff or the area that's very close to the shoreline. Then if it's a cliff area, you'll see a recreational area, which again is reflective of that shoreline setback area. And then you'll see what is most likely in line with the current zoning for that area. The concern that people are having is, yeah, could this have an effect on my property now? It may not have an effect now, but it could have an effect if you propose to do an action down the line, such as a change of zone. You need to, if there's concern, like we've heard from some of the people saying, my zoning is resort, but now all of a sudden you've changed me to open, right? That I would be concerned about, because they may not come in to change their zoning, but they're in the SMA. And so the concern would be, for an SMA permit, are you consistent with the general plan? Well, you've got resort zoning, you're asking to do a resort type use, but you're inconsistent with the general plan. So definitely we need to look at those types of areas that may have changed, that could have an unintentional impact moving forward. But again, right now, on face value, it's not going to change. It's similar to what happened at the last general plan. There were large areas of land that were changed. Prime example is subdivisions such as Paradise Park, Orchid Land, Ocean View. Those all change from like orchards or extensive ag to rural, because they were more rural in nature, right? In this general plan, you see a change lower on in ranchos now, which is doing the similar thing. It's changing it from extensive ag to rural. So, and again, that's not going to have an impact on face value, but if they propose to make a change, that may be a good thing for them, because it may allow an opportunity to possibly rezone if there's certain things available, such as water or other options. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Director. So based on what you said, do you see a increase in more special permits or those type of applications going forward based off the change in the LUPAG?
Not so much special permits. I think when people, again, the land use pattern allocation guide map is to identify where we want to see particular uses. So if somebody was in an area like Mr. Shropshire was speaking today, his general plan currently is identifying his area as low density urban, which allows the ability to rezone to residential. Now it's been changed to identify it more as productive agricultural. And it still has areas that are identified and can be utilized for low density on his property, but not to the extent that it was. And to understand how that came about, most of the answers are going to come out when you look at the current community development plan. We're trying to reflect what the community development plans had requested in their plan. So we're trying to be supportive of those plans. So you'll see that in Ocean View, Hamakua, different areas around the island where we're trying to reflect their proposed maps that they came out with. But again, it probably will have most of an effect on a change of zone or a state land use boundary amendment.
Thank you. Are those CDPs provided in this general plan?
I don't believe so. I think that they're separate.
Okay. I think that would be very helpful for us if that was provided so that we can, reference those based off of, your comments just now. So if it says that, this certain portion of this town or whatever that wants to have it more agricultural use, we can reference that and say that, yeah, that they did want agricultural use.
Aloha Chair, April Supernaut, Planning Department. So we can provide those community development plans. We have links to those on our website, so we're happy to do that. Some of them are have very clear land use policy maps, such as Hamakua and Ka'u, Kona to some extent, but others have less direction on a map itself and have most of their direction comes from the language and the policies within those plans. So all of the community development plans are crafted a little differently. So some of them are crystal clear, others maybe a little less clear if you're trying to compare apples to apples. Once we get into the land use section, and we'll probably have a few, I'm assuming we'll have a few sections here at the Planning Commission on land use. And so we'll introduce it at one meeting, but we'll probably get into a lot more detail at subsequent meetings. And we should be able to pull up maps to be able to show you where one thing happened or another thing happened, where we have maps for those CDPs. So we're happy to have that conversation and go through that level of exploration with you as needed.
And many testifiers today said that there is no Hilo CDP. So is there a reason why we don't have a Hilo CDP?
There probably are a million reasons why we don't have a current CDP. We do have a Hilo CDP, and we do look to that document, even though it's I think it dates back to the 80s. But we also have a lot of other plans, and I think this is a little bit different scenario in Hilo than any of our other urban regions on island, is that Hilo is largely developed. We're sort of encapsulated by conservation land, forest reserves, and things like that all around Hilo. And so Hilo is in large part developed. And so really it's looking more at infill and redevelopment opportunities and things like that. And this plan speaks to that. The general plan speaks to that on a broad basis, which is relevant to a lot of our other communities as well. I think the other thing that Hilo has is much more specific area plans in various places around Hilo that have also been incorporated and reviewed and worked with organizations like DHHL and DLNR and other large landowners in the Hilo area. We've also reached out, we've done more outreach in community in Hilo with various community groups, with economic development organizations, the chambers, Rotary, and a lot of others. So we've made a concerted effort to cover Hilo a little bit more in various ways than the other areas, although we've reached out to all of the regions and all of the communities on island.
Thank you. Okay, just give an opportunity for commissioners if you had any comments or questions regarding what the director said. Oh, Commissioner DeLuz.
So I just wanted to tell Director Darrell, that was a great explanation in laying it out. I mean, the report is well written. However, I think as we see the question, I'm sorry not to bring it up more, but was trying to make it a little easier for the lay people and understanding it, because and I know that's the toughest thing to do because this is so complex. You guys have done an excellent job, and the best way, I guess, I try to explain it to people is that it's something that is looked at because this is a future thing, right? We're looking at the future plan. So, and staff had explained too, especially on, for lack of a better word, condemnation of property just doesn't happen overnight anyway, so, but I just feel like that was such a great, if we can put a little YouTube video of Darrell, what he just said, I would highly recommend it. I mean, it was so well done. I really, it made me understand it better. So, and staff's been giving us great communication. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So at this time, we are finished with our questioning. And then we have now two things that we have to do to move this process forward. One is to forward a recommendation to the county council. So that's the main motion, is either unfavorable or favorable. And then from there, we can then amend the motion to provide our suggestions and our recommendations after that as a secondary subsidiary motion. So at this time, I'd like to ask our commissioners to please provide a motion for action on the recommendation to county council for the draft plan.
I move that an unfavorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on the application to amend the County of Hawaii General Plan 2005 based on the planning director's County of Hawaii General Plan 2045. Final recommended draft July 2024 for the following reasons.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
My reasoning is that coming from the recent testimony, it is very a lot of parts of this are unclear to the general public. And I think we need to clean that up so people can understand what they're reading and what the intention of this general plan is.
Thank you. So it's been moved by Vice Chair Daniele for an unfavorable recommendation. Is there a second to that motion,
Chair, just want a clarification.
Commissioner?
Just clarification of the motion.
Yeah.
Because I know he's saying, well, it's an unfavorable recommendation. What was the reason? I'm sorry.
The reason being that from the recent testimony, it's clear that the general public doesn't really understand what's going on in this. And so we need to clarify a lot of things. As it's written at this moment in time.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Or any questions on the motion by the commissioners? Okay, seeing that there is no second to the motion. Is there another motion? Motion fails. Is there another motion for the general plan?
I moved it, a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council to amend the County of Hawaii General Plan 2005 based on the planning director's recommended County of Hawaii General Plan 2045, final recommended draft dated July 2024, period. Are we allowed comment?
Yeah, for reasons why. Oh yeah, is there a second on the favorable recommendation, county council?
Second.
Okay, it's been motion was made for a favorable recommendation by Commissioner Deleuze and a second by Commissioner Baylog. Okay, discussion on the motion.
It wasn't so much that I think staff has answered my questions on the simplicity of trying to explain to the citizens what's going on. And Had we put, Director Darrow on first, I think that would have been a great prelude to a lot of the information they're asking. So I feel that, we can tighten it up. I just feel that it should move forward. People will still have an opportunity to speak up, and I feel that there's ample opportunity for them to still give a lot of input. I think I'm just looking at it from this standpoint. I think staff's done a great job. Directors have done a great job. And looking at it, it's really a good product. I just think that strongly feel that with a little more simplicity, clarity, that may help the citizens. And I think a lot of people think it's the Bible, but it's not. It's a guide. It really is a guide, and they say so. I reread it again. So that's just my input. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Deleuze. Commissioner Baylog, do you want any comments?
I felt the same way. It's written pretty well. I think there could be some clarification, especially from comments we got from the public regarding parts of it. But ultimately, it is a guide and it has some really good principles in it. And I think it should be moved forward as well.
Okay. I also agree that, in this context, it's a very comprehensive document. But same sentiments that there are issues that, I think should be provided with more clarity, as well as just to put it in layman's terms for a lot of people, because this is a lot of planning speak, so to say. And not to discount anybody's work on the general plan, it's just that I think the specific language, some people in the community may be used to is not the same language that is provided in this plan. So it may confuse a lot of people. But in general, I like what is provided here. I just think that we just need a little bit more context in why it was put in there and, how it impacts people. Okay. Any other comments, discussion? Okay, Vice Chair. Okay, hey, he's thinking, okay.
Jerry, you did mention that this is step one, then we go to step two, which we could make
Yes, we can then provide recommendations. Correct.
If whatever way the
Yes.
motion goes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, so, this is, I think it has to be made clear to people that this is just a guide. I think a lot of people think that this, like you said, this is it. This is gonna be the law of the land. And personally, there's a lot of stuff in here I don't agree with. I just don't. But I think that has to be clarified, I have a real problem with government overreach. I have a real problem with, people telling me about my rainwater, or what I can do with my land, or, that's kind of that's not how it should be. So I think that there should be some, something maybe in the introduction to this stating that this is right. This is a guide, right? Now, what part of this guide becomes law or becomes becomes what gets implemented? Because certainly, if you're going to start regulating this and regulating that, and then it's not a guide anymore, right? I mean, so does this get codified into the county charter?
Is that a question for staff?
Yeah.
Question. Director, you want to make a comment?
The charter itself mandates the county to create the general plan, initiate it, and to approve it as an ordinance. So it will become law as an ordinance. It is a general plan. It's like the higher level. From that general plan, you'll have the more specific plans that are created to be able to incorporate the overall policies, objectives, goals, and actions of the general plan, and to be able to implement those more specific directions that each community would like to see happen in their area along the island. There are times that, when we provide the commission a background and recommendation for a state land use boundary amendment or a change of zone, we discuss its consistency with the general plan. And if applicable, we will discuss even more detailed information from the community development plan, which really brings it home, right? This is either consistent with what we want to see or not consistent. I've read the plan. I don't see it as, I think what's happening is people are interpreting things differently. I mean, today when we took a look at some areas like acquisition, it really was in relation to testimony given about like the acquisition of lands for open space. That's usually associated with public access and natural and cultural resources, open space, those kind of things. It's not, we're going to come and take your land kind of thing. But people see that and they're feeling like that could happen. I don't see anything in this plan that says you no longer can catch water from the sky and have catchment. I think, I mean, I don't know how many here, I live on catchment. I wouldn't support that. I don't think any of us here would. We're just trying to, be able to bring the county forward with these goals, policies, and objectives to provide guidance for the different areas to implement the more specific plans. Again, I think that as we move forward through this process, we can make known those recommendations that are concerning so that at the council level, we can have them address those. And if they change things substantially, it'll come back to us again. And we'll be able to look at those again and approve or recommend changes there. So it's going to be a long process, but it's going to be very involved. Everybody will have an opportunity.
Sorry, Director, just to clarify that one point that you said, if the county council makes significant changes, it comes back to us. What is the definition of significant? Like they remove an entire chapter or?
Right now there's, give me one sec here. Sorry. So right now, the county council may make modifications, deletions, or additions to the proposed amendments as it may deem necessary within the general intent and the subject matter of the proposed amendments in accordance with its rules of procedure. However, any county council change to a proposed amendment which substantially changes the general intent or subject matter of the proposed amendment, such as newly adding or deleting a goal, policy, or course of action, or standard, or a map amendment which changes a land use designation of a parcel shall be considered an entirely new proposed amendment. And so those are considered substantial. Now, there is a bill before that's initiated by the council right now, Bill 181, which is looking at changing this process currently, and it identifies substantial changes more specifically. So that's also in the works as we speak.
Thank you. Okay, during this discussion portion of our proceedings here, we can also make subsidiary motions to amend the current draft of the general plan. At this time, I'll entertain any proposed subsidiary motions to amend, delete, or add language. Does anybody need
Yeah,
time?
point,
Yeah.
just clarification. So we're kind of moving to part two.
Yeah,
You wanna
so.
hear a little bit of what would be part two. Oh,
Yeah, because this motion for the recommendation stays open, correct? Until the final
Right.
GPLE meeting.
okay.
So right now we can add on to this motion. Yeah,
Yeah, so one of the recommendations was to, I know was to, talking with April about putting in a flow chart, and even though there is a flow chart, I think it was just, maybe the detail. So my recommendation is to somehow incorporate a easier, simplified language and letting people know when final action will be taken. It does say it. She does have it on page 31, but I don't think they understand that that's really when it gets done. So I guess asking staff to just make it a little simpler. And so that would be my one recommendation.
so Commissioner Deleuze, it's been advised for us to go into a quick executive session, just so we can go over the motion making.
Oh, sure,
Side.
sure,
So
okay.
Uh,
If there's a legal question regarding procedure, I'd be happy to answer that in executive session.
so if we can just go into a quick executive session, so motion, go into executive session to discuss the legal procedure of these motions. Is there,
So move.
okay, so moved by Commissioner Deleuze, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Vice Chair Daniele. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, we'll go into a quick executive session just to go over the process of making the motions to consult with our legal counsel. Thank you. Okay, we are back from executive session. And we do note that Commissioner Perrin is absent and excused. So we are now on any amendment or subsidiary motions on the main motion for a favorable recommendation to County Council on the draft general plan. So last we had was Commissioner Deleuze. He had a Oh, sorry. And in executive session, we just went over the process of making motions to amend the main motion. So all commissioners have been directed to write down their motions so that we can have it accurately put into the public record. And we'll resume with Commissioner Deleuze and his motion.
Thanks, Chair. I move that the flow chart on page 31 that's named Figure 2 Comprehensive Review Process provide more detail that explains what happens not necessarily on each box, because I think I'm looking at the box that says Planning Commission Review, to be specific. So I move that that it clarifies that the Planning Commission only reviews and the County Council has final approval.
Thank you. So Commissioner Deleuze made the motion. Is there a second to that motion or any clarification on that motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Baylog. So any discussion? Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. At this point, then we will vote on each subsidiary motion and then,
Is staff going to be taking a roll call vote on this?
Yes.
okay. So the process is that when a commissioner makes a subsidiary motion, we'll go through and get a motion and a second. If it passes or fails, and then we'll go on to the next subsidiary motion. So staff, on the motion that Commissioner Deleuze made, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chairlyn. Do you want me to restate each motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the motion was to provide more detail in the flow chart on page 31, figure 2, specifically related to the Planning Commission and County Council review box, to clarify that the Planning Commission reviews and the County Council has the ability to act and adopt the general plan. Is that accurate?
Yes. Currently the box reads review and action. So I guess that's the ambiguous word action. Yeah. So that is just to say that the county council has the authority, is the authority that approves it.
Okay.
Maybe I'm trying to use simple language.
So maybe instead of action, it is approval.
Well, action is I mean, I consider the word, maybe because I'm the one pressing simplicity, that they have the authority. They are the authority that approves it. Yeah, we're only a review board. Yeah.
Okay.
So and just to give a little history on it is just so that these people take time off to come and testify. They want to know who makes the decision, is my belief in talking with them. They just want to know who makes the decision. So that would be not that it's not well done. I just wanted to clarify, as mentioned earlier to April about that, was just trying to focus in on that. So the motion was just to say that they are the authority that approves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want me to go ahead and take the vote or restate that?
I think that he was just providing the rationale.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Deleuze,
Aye.
Commissioner Baylog,
Aye.
Vice Chair Daniele,
Aye.
and Chair Lynn.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to another, if anybody has another subsidiary motion that we'd like to make. Okay, Vice Chair.
I move to delete the word stakeholder from the county general plan on page 19 and replace it with specific wording.
Okay, this motion was made by Vice Chair Daniele to remove the word stakeholder on page 19 and replace it with specific individual groups or organizations that this affects. Is that? Yeah, clarification.
Just as a question of legal clarification, that's in the definition section.
Okay. So it's been moved by Vice Chair Daniele. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Commissioner Deleuze. Discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I just think from everything that we've heard over the last couple of days, that out of anything seems to confuse a lot of people. And from what I'm getting, folks seem to think that it's somehow subversive, that these stakeholders are either foreign entities or offshore entities that are going to come in and, you know, do a land grab. So I think that if it was specified, I think people would feel more comfortable with that.
I guess for further clarification, Vice Chair, would you want any instance where it references a group of people to specify what group that is? So say it's how that policy affects homeowners, how it affects farmers, how it affects.
Yeah. I mean, I think we should, use that language, more specific.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the planning department, how would that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, I think that I know what you're going to ask. That in the glossary, okay, you could come up with an abbreviation with all of those entities and then just use an anachronism or something. So they don't have to spell everything out.
Maybe like concerned citizens.
Sure. Concerned citizens or something that's less vague. But certainly you could come up with, citizens, farmers, homeowners, and make it an anachronism.
I just have a question.
Yeah, Commissioner Baylor.
Would you consider just deleting the definition of stakeholder and maybe revising the definition? Because right now it reads investors and those things that people are identifying because it's in the definition. So maybe we could just change the definition of stakeholder.
I think the confusion comes
from
to be is that it's so general.
I'm going to ask that one person speak at a time because we have no record if there's multiple people speaking.
So I think it's just confusing because a lot of people are assuming that it's grouping all these different people together and saying that they're just one thing. And it's not clear on, how the policy and the actions affect a specific group of individuals. So say the policy and the action affects stakeholders, right? It says stakeholders. You're not saying which stakeholders. I think that's the confusing part.
So Chair, sounds like the suggestion is to remove the term. I'm sorry, remove the word stakeholder. Is that Is that what the clarification is for?
Vice Chair, is that correct? Yeah, planning department, would that be too onerous to change how we define?
I'm gonna let April speak to this, but I'll just give you there's 3 references in the plan to stakeholder. There's 83 references to stakeholders. So just keep in mind that, you know, either we replace that word with something that's more appropriate so we can just replace it out, or we're going to have to really do some wordsmithing there to figure out what word would work better on all of those different references. But I think it would be maybe a better idea to figure out a word that incorporates what we're trying to seek and then replace it with that.
So thanks for clarification. So it's more along the lines, the way I'm seeing it is stakeholder is defined as, maybe that's what we should add to the language, is my suggestion.
Yeah, but I guess personally for me, it's how the public interprets how the stakeholder impact is within the document. It's not clear on how it impacts. Because when you say stakeholder, that means you're saying this whole group, but you're not saying which group within the stakeholders that you're impacting. I know this is kind of getting into the minutia, but say if you're saying, you know, land use changes for this property to this is affecting, is it homeowner, landowner, tenant, lessee? I don't know what it is, but for me, it's defining what the impact to that group would be, rather than just lumping them all into one group. Oh yeah, April, sorry.
Aloha, April, Surfernaut Planning. So a lot of times the way we use it, if you just do a word search and look at how it's used within policies and actions, it's typically a list of things and then other stakeholders. So the idea is to cover, for this example, government, private and nonprofit agencies, communities, and other stakeholders. So the idea was to try to be all inclusive, but also speak to those particular groups that policy or action may speak to. So it's not like in every instance when someone needs to be engaged in that particular collaboration that it always says only stakeholder. It actually speaks to which stakeholders, but then doesn't want to be exclusive as may be needed at some point in the future. So that was the idea behind utilizing that term.
So I just looked up other words for stakeholders and maybe interested parties might be a little bit more acceptable to the general public, because interested parties kind of gives you a little bit more of a specific homeowner, farmer.
And just for clarification on this motion, is the motion asking to add interested party to the current definition?
No, to replace.
So the motion is to delete the word stakeholder and replace with interested party. Commissioner Vlog, do you agree with that motion?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead, Director.
You know, it's interesting. I think all of us, well, I'm not going to speak to everyone, but for me personally, in hearing the testimony, the feedback I'm hearing is that the word stakeholder has almost a negative connotation. It's almost as if it's a developer or somebody that's gonna, like influence you. And I don't think that was the intention here. I think it was to be that type of outcome and like an interested party or an interested group. It was meant to be all inclusive, not just a specific group. And I'm not saying developers are wrong or evil or anything, but I think that that's the testimony we kept hearing, is that that word was associated with that type of definition. And I think that's not the intention that the department had in coming up with that term. So we appreciate the input.
Yeah, I mean, reading it, I understand what that is, but it seems that the general public really doesn't. And again, it marshals a negative response.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Chair Lynn,
Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Commissioner Deleuze made the second on that motion.
Oh, sorry.
So just wanted to make sure he was okay with the change.
Oh, yes, sorry. Commissioner Deleuze, were you okay with that change from removing stakeholder and replacing with interested party?
Absolutely.
Okay. No further discussion, then we'll take a roll call vote on this motion to delete the word stakeholder and replace with interested party, as stated on the glossary page number 19.
Clarification, Chair, you said interested parties was what we're gonna change.
Yeah.
To. Okay.
Okay. Would you like a roll call vote, Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the motion is to delete the word stakeholders and replace with interested parties on page 19. Vice Chair Daniele,
Aye.
Commissioner Deleuze,
Aye.
Commissioner Baylog,
Aye.
and Chair Lynn.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you. I'll continue with any other motions to amend or subsidiary motions. I will make a motion to add examples and an explanation of what incentives that the county provides within this document. And I'll ask
I'll
for a
second that.
second.
Yeah.
Okay, it's been seconded by Vice Chair. Mine is just to be very transparent with the community and the public is what kind of incentives are out there and what kind of examples of incentives that would be provided to encourage a specific type of policy. And it doesn't have to go too specifically, but just provide an example so that they understand how we would encourage or discourage whatever it is. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. It's used quite a bit in this document, and yeah, what are they? I mean, what are they? So, somewhere there should be maybe a list of the incentives that are provided by the county. I mean, what are they?
Yeah,
So,
for clarification, I mean, having it in the glossary would be one place, but also to just where it's listed out in the document, and you're saying that you want to encourage or provide specific incentives, just to explain what kind of incentives are available or would be proposed to encourage that kind of action.
Want a clarification
Yeah.
here? these are in relation to properties that the general plan recommends a usage other than what it's zoned for currently.
I
Or
think
something they wanna acquire the land.
it would be in regards to any mention of incentive in this document. So
But the
it can be,
incentive
it
is-
can apply to that, it can apply definitely to that, but there's other instances where incentive is also mentioned.
I guess I'm just trying to drill down on the point that incentives for, I mean, incentives for just going along with the plan or just, but it has to do with their property, right? That's the clarification.
The land
It has to
use
do with their land and the use of the land.
usage, yes.
Okay, all ears.
It's April.
Just a question. So this could also include incentives that we may not be aware of today. We're looking out into the future. So we may not, we can give examples of such as, but it may not, it certainly shouldn't be limited to whatever we
Yes.
may include in terms of changing language. And one example is this action, which is develop a program and incentives, including proposed resources, i.e. grants, loans, technical assistance, education, in paren, that support small scale farmers, the lease of public lands, and learn opportunities to become effective stewards of the land. So that's an example where we use the term incentives,
Yeah.
which we may not know what those actually are yet. We could say tax in a lot of places,
Yeah.
but that's not all the incentives
Right.
that are at our disposal. And we may not even know as a county yet
Yeah.
what other sorts of opportunities are being created that might be very well suited for our particular place.
Okay.
Just
No, thank you.
just to help.
Yeah, I
Provide
just,
a
I see it like
different
exactly like how you just described it. So if there's instances where it's not defined or if it's not provided where what kind of incentives there are, but providing, possible incentives, just so people get an idea of what's out there that, we as a county could provide. That's just my thought process there.
Again, please try not to overspeak. We have no record when two people are speaking.
Thank you. Okay, any other discussion? Oh, Director.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I'm kind of with April on this one, but maybe, I mean, because looking at all the references to incentives in the policies and objectives and things, if there is one that's known, they reference it. Normally it's a tax and incentive. It could be others that they speak to in there, but it sounds like part of it is develop incentives, like that we're not even sure what those are yet. We're going to work on trying to create these. Maybe an option to consider is we could even define incentive and put, that it's a tool that we can use to help with a particular, benefit, and it could include these. And we put a list of what we know in our plan right now that we can utilize instead of trying to go through and guess what they could be. Could be something that we could consider.
Yeah, I think that would be a great way of doing it, is because for me, I always look at it from somebody, say my parents who have no knowledge of what planning is. And if they were looking at this and, well, why should I do this? What is the incentive? So if you can provide examples either in a definition or wherever you mention it, whatever way that seems the best process, that's what I would want to look at. Yeah. So I guess crafting that motion I like what Director Darrow had to say about putting it in the definitions section. So maybe I'll revise it to say, define incentives in the glossary section and provide examples of what type of incentives could be provided in that definition.
Would we want to use the word could? Because, you know, if I'm reading this today,
Yeah,
it's today.
right.
I don't care what's going to happen 5 years from now.
Or
Okay.
maybe just to say examples of incentives.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's my revised motion, is to put in the glossary, define it, and put example incentives there. I see no other discussion. So Maya, if you could reiterate the motion, and then we can do a roll call.
Okay, the motion is to define incentives in the glossary section and provide examples of incentives throughout the document.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. Chair Lynn,
Aye.
Vice Chair Daniele,
Aye.
Commissioner Baylog,
Aye.
and Commissioner DeLuz.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you very much. Any other subsidiary motions? Okay, not my next one that I would like to entertain is a motion to have county department or state division input on the GP, similar to what we've had with public testimony. And this is a process type of request. So that would be my motion, is to have county department or state of Hawaii divisions input on the draft GP, similar to what we have with public testimony. So I guess our planning department, is that, I think I've asked it a little earlier, but
Yeah.
you can elaborate.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have comments throughout the years, and those are publicly available on our website under each part of the process, and is included in the comments and public testimony. Again, we would have to, I'd have to go back and just look what we've received to date in this particular, since July 29th, when this draft was released. I'd have to go back and look and see what we've received regarding that. So I'm not sure if and all of the agencies, state and county, have been notified. So I don't know, other than looking to see what we have, I think I would have a clarifying question to understand better of what you're requesting or what you're looking for.
Yeah, I would say just to encourage that we have input from these and incorporate it into the process that we have right now.
So my question, just to clarify the motion for the purposes of the record, is the motion to confirm that county departments and state agencies have been consulted?
Yeah, consulted and have the opportunity to provide input.
Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just so I can, April, as far as our process goes, these state and county agencies are notified, requested for comments currently, correct?
Correct.
So that is our process. We would hope they would provide comments. Some do, some don't. But that is our current process.
Okay. I guess if that's the current process, then I can nix the motion then. I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw that motion. I just wanted to make sure that that was incorporated into the process, because say, for example, we go through our review process and goes up to council, but there still hasn't been any comment from any agencies. It's not, really conducive for their decision-making if there's no input from, say, State Department of Transportation or Department of Health. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Oh, yes, go April.
So just one example is as we were meeting with the agencies over the years, and particularly when we came into the public draft, just to further clarify what the process looks like, we would meet with all of the different agencies, and then coming into the public process in 2023, which I believe that draft was released in September, if I remember correctly. We met with them in going over their sections, not only to make sure that they concur and that it's accurate based on their agency type plans and things like that, as well as their process and procedures. But then we also invited them to join us, and they all did. It was great, actually, to the workshops that we hosted in 2023. It was more of a station. It was set up more like stations, subject matter stations. And we had members, many of which were directors and deputy directors, and then subject matter experts from those different agencies that came and sat at those different stations to be able to speak directly with the public and answer their questions specific to the policies in the general plan and also their overall operations and systems. So that was part of that process in 2023. And then if there were, based on comments received, any suggested changes or requested changes from the public that are specific to those agencies, we met with them again to go over those specific changes to make sure, again, that it's consistent with their work. And so that's just to give you a little bit more detailed example of what the process has looked like.
Thank you. And I appreciate, if there are comments that come in from different departments or agencies, I like how we have it on the public records depository, how you have different folders. I think that would be helpful if you put a separate folder and said public agency comments. That would be great. I mean, because that allows us to get some insight into, what departments are actually, have been involved and what their input is.
Chair.
Yeah.
If just a real quick reference, page 2 of the document identifies the county agencies, state agencies, federal agencies, and consultants that we've worked with through this process. It's very elaborate. And as April said, we couldn't do it without their input because this general plan is not just for planning department. It is for every department in the county to move forward for our long range plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else?
I got one.
Go ahead. Vice Chair.
I move to delete the word standards from 26F on page 133.
Vice Chair, can you repeat that page number?
Yes, 133.
Yeah. 26F.
26F.
Okay. I mean, we are making amendments to the whole plan. So is that preempting the process?
We might ask the planning department if, when they present to us, if there's additional information they provide that might inform our motions. But the commission does control how we review this plan. 133. Okay.
And just for the record, 26-F says collaborate with the Department of Health to develop standards and or guidelines for the construction and use of rainwater catchment systems to minimize the intrusion of any chemical and biological contaminants. Oh, is there a second? Or point of clarification? Commissioner DeLuz?
Yeah, point of clarification.
Yeah.
I know this will be covered later in later meetings. I'm just wondering if we should not allow, but give staff time to check. I don't disagree with the wording. but I'm just wondering if there's an obstacle with DOH. So I was just thinking if they had enough time to check with them. I'm not sure where it came from, if it came from DOH.
Uh, April.
So this particular one came from a policy that's in the current general plan and is worded exactly like this. In terms of that history, we'd have to go back to that to look up the term and where it was used. We are required, and it's not necessarily relevant to this particular request or motion, but given the outline that we have to follow from 226 and from the charter and from the all of the sources that Jeff responded to, our deputy director provided earlier in this meeting, standards is one of the pieces to the puzzle that we also have to include. So just offering that, but we'd have to do more research to understand where this really came from originally from the 2005. And it might include checking with DOH, but it does not preclude DOH from creating standards if they so choose. If it were to be removed here, it does not preclude them from also being able to create standards.
Go ahead, Suzanne.
To discuss, we would need a second.
I'll second, just for the sake of discussion.
Sure. And so my thought process is that, again, standards sounds like you're going to implement something on people where guidelines does not. So that's what I'm seeing with the word standards. You want to do guidelines, that's great. But, again, I'm pretty against anyone, telling you what you can do with your water if you catch any yourself.
I don't disagree with you, Vice Chair, because the same thing is with septic systems. They're mandating septic systems, but you don't have any options. You can provide guidelines and, if you can provide alternative systems that meet the same standards, that's something. But if you're going to require it, that's a whole nother level. So yeah, I agree with you. There's the word standard can be potentially, troublesome, but guidelines is a little bit more lenient. Oh, Commissioner Deleuze.
I think April pointed out it's 20 years old. They haven't done anything. So I understand the concern. I think the point taken is they'll still have jurisdiction anyway. It like something like that happens like COVID, if there's contamination in the rain, they may mandatory make it. I'm just thinking that I'm still okay with it. I just don't want it to make it a big point. If not, just a consideration for staff to check with them, and they may not have an issue with it. So we will cover it later, is my point. There's another opportunity to still go over it, but I'm just thinking we should, as a courtesy, give staff a chance to do the research, as April said, to see.
So Vice Chair, would you entertain deferring that motion until this section is covered?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Very good.
So with
So
that,
I withdraw my motion.
okay, thank you. Okay, any other suggested motions to amend? And I do remind commissioners that this is a long process. You still have a lot of time to think of different motions. I mean, we just covered 2 chapters today. We still have many more chapters to go. And there's also overarching motions that you can make throughout the process. Yeah, do you want to take a quick break? Yeah, okay, we'll take a quick 10-minute break. So we'll resume at 2:15. Okay, we will now resume the special meeting on the Windward Planning Commission on this general plan. So commissioners, if you have any other motions, I will entertain that. And like I said, you still have plenty of time to provide any other input or amendments as we go through this process. If there is no other motions, you know, are there any other comments that we'd like to entertain? Because we still have discussion, right? Yeah, of the main motion, we still have discussion. So I just had a couple things. I think I mentioned it briefly during our in the morning, but you know, just providing more details about, you know, the business improvement district. And these are just general comments to provide some more clarity. Yeah, but this is just things that I thought would be helpful. You know, any state master plan and how that's incorporated here. And then the last thing that I had was any discussions from, you know, the PUC regulated entities, especially if we're talking about like electricity and, you know, the charging station kind of stuff. That would be helpful information, but not necessary, just some comments I wanted to make there. Okay, any other discussion points? Okay, if not, I thank you very much, planning staff for your hard work. I appreciate the input. I think we all appreciate all the work that you're doing. So at this time, I'll ask for a motion to continue today's meeting to Thursday, December 5th, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the County Council Chambers in Hilo. Is there a
Chair, clarification on the original motion to the favorable recommendation, are we?
Yeah, that has continued.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Then so move.
Yeah.
Continuance.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Deluz. Is there a second for continuance?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Vice Chair Daniele. Okay, so it's been moved to continue today's hearing until December 5th, 2024. Staff, roll call vote for continuance, please.
Thank you, Chairlin. Commissioner Deluz,
Aye.
Vice Chair Daniele,
Aye.
Commissioner Baylog,
Aye.
and Chairlin.
Aye.
Okay, the meeting is continued to December 5th.
Okay, and then lastly, if there's no further business, I ask for a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Deluz. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Baylog. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, the special meeting of the Windward Planning Commission is now adjourned at 2:19 p.m. Thank you very much.
The closed caption transcript will be terminated shortly, and those who wish to save the transcript should do so now.